This is a courtesy announcement that the meeting is now live on the meeting portal.
Good morning, Jean.
Good morning, Rhonda. Have a great morning.
Thanks, you as well.
All right.
Retired Fire Chief Tony Bowden, if you can hear me, it doesn't appear that your audio or has connected in a way that you would be able to speak, so you may want to restart your Zoom application.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Good morning, Vice President Ellenberg.
Sound good?
Sounds great. You have
Thank you.
you have the best day ever.
You too.
Bye. Tony, it looks like your audio is connected now.
I got it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Good morning, Rocio.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Marika.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Now we try that again. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, President Wasserman.
There's Rhonda.
How are you today?
I'm doing all right, thank you.
Also entering the room is Supervisor Semidian.
There we go. Let's do it, Rhonda. Roll call vote.
All right, your clerk
Recording
today is gonna
stopped.
be Nancy.
Recording in progress.
Go ahead,
Good
Nancy.
morning. Supervisor Lee,
Good morning. Hi. Present.
Supervisor Chavez. Here. Supervisor Semidian,
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
and President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Nancy. We'll now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Semidian will be leading today's pledge. For all of you that can stand, please do so. Supervisor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm now going to turn to Supervisor Chavez for today's invocation guest.
Thank you so much, colleagues. It's really an honor for me to get to introduce the President of the United Farm Workers, Teresa Romero. In honor of Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st, we're having this very special invocation. As you all know, Cesar Chavez was a labor leader and organizer and a civil rights activist whose legacy inspired all Americans. Much of his career actually was here in San Jose, and he dedicated his life to the cause and the struggle of farm workers in the U.S. to improve their working and living conditions. Along with Dolores Huerta, he co-founded the National Farm Workers Association, which later merged with the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee to become the United Farm Workers. That's why I'm excited to introduce our invocator this month, Teresa Romero, the third president of the United Farm Workers. Teresa is the first Latina and first immigrant woman to become president of a national union in the nation's history. Teresa became the third president in December 2018 and was formerly the union's number 2 as secretary treasurer. Having Teresa with us today is special and symbolic, both in honoring Cesar Chavez, but also Women's History Month. Teresa received the Alwatli Award by the first Mexican-American ambassador in the United States, woman ambassador in the United States, and she's been crucial in successful union efforts, and she is admired by many of our peers for her work ethic, her confidence, her calm, her organizational skills, and her ability to build relationships. Teresa Romero, I'm so honored to have you here, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Chavez. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. I'm going to now, like you said, say the prayer that was written by Cesar Chavez. Show me the suffering of the most miserable, so I will know my people's plight. Free me to pray for others, for you're present in every person. Help me take responsibility for my own life, so that I can be free at last. Grant me courage to serve others, for in service there's true life. Give me honesty and patience, so I can work with other workers. Bring forth sounding celebration, so that the Spirit will be alive among us. Let the Spirit flourish and grow, so that we will never tire of the struggle. Let us remember those who have died for justice, for they have given us life. Help us love even those who hate us, so we can change the world. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, President Romero. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We now move on to item number 4, which is announcements in memoriam. And item 4A is one I'm going to read in memory of our very own Chris Freitas. On Saturday, February 26th, Christopher Freitas, senior civil engineer with the Santa Clara County Department of Planning and Development, passed away. Chris was active in the transformation and modernization, that's the TM program, operations of the department, and was passionately dedicated to the work of land development engineering. Chris was hired by the County of Santa Clara as an associate civil engineer on May 15th, 2000, when Bill Clinton was president. The worries of Y2K had safely passed. Barry Bonds became the first Major League Baseball player to hit a home run into San Francisco Bay, and Supervisor Simitian was serving on his first term on the County Board of Supervisors before assuming office as a state assembly member. Chris was promoted to civil engineer in August of 2004. Chris was a leader in land development engineering and would always welcome new employees by offering an afternoon cup of coffee from his very own pot. As a supervisor, Chris was a strong supporter of the engineering staff and did not hesitate to offer praise for a job well done. He was always about the team, and he frequently proclaimed, "We're all on the same team," when it was necessary to help temper interdepartmental debate. Chris kept management on its toes and was never afraid to speak his mind or offer a little bit of advice to anyone who was receptive. During his time at the county, Chris proudly served as the president of the SCC Engineers and Architects Association, the IFPTE Local 21. He organized the department's annual holiday grazing potlucks, proudly continued Hawaiian Shirt Day Fridays, advocated for digital plan review before it became the norm, and managed the floodplain and model efficiency landscape ordinance program. Chris was always ready to serve, ready to be involved. If he was given a task, he gave it his all. He owned it. Chris was a family man, married for 30 years to his wife, Nanette, and a graduate of Santa Clara University and former rugby player. Chris frequented Santa Clara athletic events and was a regular judge for the Senior Design Conference at the Santa Clara Engineering School. His hobbies included golfing, especially in Hawaii, photography, and fishing in both the Sierra Mountains and along the California coast. His favorite charity was the YMCA Youth Sports Program, where he was a basketball and soccer coach for 20 years. Chris will be greatly missed by his colleagues at the Santa Clara County Department of Planning and Development. On behalf of the County of Santa Clara, I extend to Chris's family and friends our sincere condolences. And I don't believe, Nancy, we have anyone from the family here. Is that correct?
I'm doing a quick check. I don't believe so.
No, thank you very much. Okay, I'm now going to move on to item 5, which is commendations and proclamations. 5A is to present a proclamation declaring March 2022 as Red Cross Month in Santa Clara County. And as president of the board, that's my honor to do so. I want to welcome Ken Toren, the CEO of the American Red Cross of Silicon Valley. Whereas more than 140 years ago, the American Red Cross was established as a humanitarian organization guided by 7 fundamental principles, including humanity, impartiality, and independence, to provide services to those in need regardless of race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or citizenship status. Today, the American Red Cross is one of the largest humanitarian organizations in the world and delivers its mission every day to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Whereas every year, the American Red Cross responds to an average of more than 64,000 disasters across the country. Not people, 64,000 disasters, from small home fires to local wildfires to devastating, massive disasters. Hundreds of thousands American Red Cross volunteers provide around-the-clock shelter for disaster victims, serve millions of meals and snacks with partners, and distribute millions of relief items. During the trying times of the coronavirus pandemic, the Red Cross continues to work closely with public health officials to deliver services safely and coordinate efforts with government agencies and partners. The American Red Cross is committed to helping others in meaningful ways during this pandemic, as if any of us had any doubt. Whereas in Santa Clara County, the Red Cross has a long history of helping neighbors in need. In the last year, over 2,000 local volunteers assisted with disasters and helped save lives through the Home Fire Campaign. The Red Cross stands ready to continue its mission to shelter, feed, and provide emotional support to victims of disasters, supply 40% of the nation's blood, teach skills that prepare volunteers and save lives, offer international humanitarian aid, and support military members and their families. Whereas March is Red Cross Month, a special time indeed to recognize and thank the Red Cross volunteers and donors who give their time and energy to help members of the community. The Red Cross depends on these local heroes to deliver help and hope during a disaster, and applaud those who assist their neighbors when they need a helping hand. And whereas the county dedicates the month of March to all those who support the American Red Cross's mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Our community depends on the American Red Cross, which relies on volunteers and the generosity of the public to perform its mission. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby honor and proclaim the month of March as Red Cross Month, passed and adopted by the Board of Supes on this day. And with that, CEO Ken, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Wasserman, and thank you to the entire Board of Supervisors and all the staff and wonderful people in the county. And we appreciate your ongoing support of fulfilling our mission. As Supervisor Wasserman mentioned, we have 5 lines of service: disaster, blood, preparedness, training, health and safety, international, and services to the armed forces. Some of the statistics that I wanted to share with you today: and nationally, 170 times a day we help a family affected by disasters. 1,400 times a day we provide service to military family members. 12,500 times a day we collect blood donations to help patients in need. And over close to 700,000 children receive a measles or rubella vaccination each day through worldwide partners. In Santa Clara County alone in 2021, we assisted 250 families in 116 emergencies, and we respond to 2 to 3 home fires every single week. We collected 17,400 units of blood, and 1 pint of blood saves 3 lives. And we trained 9,000 people in first aid, CPR, AED, and water safety. We have 2,000 volunteers, 800 youth involved, 30 middle and high school Red Cross clubs. 95% of the Red Cross workforce are volunteers, and 90 cents of every dollar supports humanitarian services, making us one of the responsible organizations in the country and in the world. More than 3 million people have fled Ukraine to nearby countries, and an estimated 18 million, a third of the country's population, will need humanitarian assistance. Around-the-clock teams are providing emergency aid amid fear and uncertainty, and the Red Cross, along with its partners, international partners, the IFRC, International Federation of Red Cross, International Committee of Red Cross, and many other humanitarian organizations, have intensified since things intensified at February 24th. We have distributed 90,000 food and hygiene parcels, supported evacuation of over 57,000 people from various towns and regions, provided 42,000 first aid training to 42,000 people, delivered 400 tons of food, blankets, medicine, medical supplies, trauma kits, household items, assisted with the evacuation of people with disabilities, supported logistic pipelines into Ukraine to ensure critical items be delivered, provided medical care at border crossings, handed out SIM cards so that families can stay connected, amid all the turmoil, and pitching tents and prepared shelters for refugees who need a comforting place to sleep and to feel safe. And we will be there as long as it takes. And finally, we still have a vulnerable blood shortage in the country, throughout the country. And on March 7th, the Red Cross resumed testing all blood, platelet, and plasma donations for COVID-19 antibodies for a limited time. And this provides the ability for us to help COVID-19 patients with weakened immune systems. How you can help, how we can all help, is to give blood, to volunteer, to donate funds, to host a blood drive, to help us find locations for blood drives throughout the county, get trained, and visit redcross.org for all the information about our wonderful organization. And again, we thank you so much for your ongoing support. We can't do it without you, and we're all in this together, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, CEO Torn. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we're going to move on to 5B, which is a joint effort between Supervisor Chavez and myself. But before doing that, I just want to tell anybody watching who wishes to speak during item 6, which is public comment, to register electronically. Doing so now will save us time later in appraising how many speakers we have for public comment. Supervisor Chavez, I'm going to turn to you now for the commendation regarding Chief Bowden.
Thank you very, very much. And Supervisor Wasserman, thank you so much for allowing me to join you with the privilege of presenting a commendation to Chief Bowden. I'm so excited to see him here. I'm actually going to get the proclamation because I have it, but you don't, Tony. Here we go. So, so today, Chief Bowden begins his retirement after 25 years of dedicated service to the residents of Santa Clara County. And it would be just remiss if we didn't take the time to thank and honor you. So I'm going to embarrass you a bit. Chief Tony Bowden was born and raised in Santa Clara County and began his career with County Fire in 1996. Since then, he's served in almost every capacity for County Fire. This includes his service as a firefighter engineer, paramedic, fire captain, safety officer, communication officer, training captain, battalion chief, deputy chief, and assistant chief. He served with distinction and is beloved by his colleagues and all of the members of his crew. When Chief Bowden assumed his role in 2018, his priorities included a host of infrastructure improvements as well as health and wellness for firefighters. He was instrumental in implementing critical reforms and enhancements with county's 911 communications department, and we are indebted to you for playing that leadership role. To protect residents and property during wildfires and other emergencies, he ensured County Fire was always at the forefront of emergency response, really advocating for state-of-the-art technology and making sure that was available to the men and women who serve with them. In fact, Chief Bowden successfully guided the department through the worst wildfire season in our county's history in 2020. Given the dangers and health risks that firefighters face, Chief Bowden led efforts to help understand how to make this inherently dangerous occupation much safer. He has spent his career driven to building a healthy workforce and a strong infrastructure. Chief Bowden leaves a legacy of service that will long be admired, and it is with great pleasure that Supervisor Wasserman and I present this commendation to Chief Tony Bowden, which we'll make sure you get, to recognize and commend you for 25 years of outstanding, tireless dedication and commitment, both as a first responder, a public servant, a chief of county fire, really focused on protecting all residents. And I will say, Chief, I know if your family's listening, I want them to know that every time I spoke to you, that you were always thinking about your family, and they are your source of pride, and I know your source of energy. And I'm honored that you're getting, I hope, more time to spend with them. Congratulations, and thank you so much for your service. And on behalf of my colleagues, we're presenting this commendation to you.
There we go. And Chief Bowden, I've got a few words to say about you. Supervisor Chavez, thank you very much. And of course, all these words come from the entirety of the board. And I'm going to save my last comment just to the very end, so I don't break down again. Chief, I am privileged to present this commendation along with Supervisor Chavez and the rest of the board After your exemplary career within our Santa Clara County Fire Department, following the steps of chiefs before him, Chief Bowden maintained his dedication to residents within our fire service area, as well as with our mutual aid partners. He has prioritized a comprehensive approach to fire service, including not only fire response efforts, but fire prevention, as Supervisor Chavez mentioned. Be it roadside brush clearing or neighborhood outreach and educational efforts, Chief Bowden ensured that more people better prepare for potential fire outbreaks in the future. And as he led the county fire department, he kept an open line of communication with my office and many, many others, making our jobs on the Board of Supervisors far easier. We could rest assured knowing that Chief Bowden was working diligently to prepare for and respond to any event and emergency. Our chief has set another high bar for the future of the county fire department. Although because of his leadership, I know that we can continue to depend on our reliable fire crews. Speaking of reliable fire crews, I want to give a shout out again to your crew on Highway 9 that responded to a call at my mom's house and saved her life. I wish Chief Tony Bowden an amazing fire safe road ahead. Thank you, Chief. And I see we have Vice President Ellenberg wanting to chime in, and then James Williams. Vice President.
Not unmuting. There we go. Having trouble unmuting. I just want to take the opportunity as well to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and say a few more words in recognition of Chief Bowden's service and character. Most memorable for me in terms of Chief Bowden's service record is the fact that of the top 10 largest wildfires in California's history, 7 of them have occurred during your tenure as chief, and County Fire has done an unbelievably amazing job responding to calls for mutual aid in each one of those dramatic events. So I'd like to say both bravo and a very heartfelt thank you to Chief Bowden. Also memorable to me is your work on the telecommunications system after significant challenges with provider services during some of those events. And thanks to your strong and effective advocacy and partnership with Assemblymember Evan Lowe, County Fire stewards some of the most sophisticated and really just downright cool equipment in the state to maintain vital communications when cell service is otherwise incapacitated. I've had the opportunity to get to know you, Chief, over the past few years, and can say it has just been a pleasure to work with you. Even before I joined the board and through my first year, Chief, you were welcoming. You made sure I understood the good work that people at County Fire engage in. I was invited to multiple meet and greets, training sessions, and even had the privilege of breaking bread with a bunch of you at lunch. In addition to your official service, though, Tony, I want to just take a moment to reflect on your character. Even with the enormous responsibilities of your role and the difficulties of firefighting shift schedules, I know that you've always found time to contribute to your community. I hear from many of your fans that Chief Bowden will always be known for your outsized leadership and volunteer work with Branham Hills Girls Softball, where I know you coached girls, served on the board, and led field cleanup days for many years. And in my view, coaching youth in sports is so often more about character development than athletic development. And I'm grateful that those girls, including, of course, your own, have had the opportunity to learn about teamwork and confidence and humility, really from one of the best in our community. So I want to wish you well on your retirement, only good health going forward, and lots more sports and lots more community leadership. Thanks again, Chief Bowden.
Thank you. James Williams, County Council.
Yeah, I first, with the board's indulgence, I'll just share just a couple quick sentences. I first got to know Tony really well when, as Deputy County Executive, I asked him to really step in at County Communications. And, he did such an extraordinary job there. And, from there forward, Tony, you've shown such tremendous leadership You have been such a dedicated and devoted public servant. And most importantly, you've become just an outstanding friend. And I know that's something that'll continue, but I will miss you very much. Working with you side by side on so many critical and important issues. And just wanted to add my words of appreciation for your many, many years of outstanding leadership and service to our community. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, James. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. Hey, Tony. As a veteran of many of our board meetings, you know that even when it really all has been said, that won't stop some of us from leaning in and saying it some more. So let me be that one today to say thank you again, both personally and professionally. And, to sort of bundle together all these very specific and important examples, really, when you step away, there's only one question. Did my service make the lives of the people in the community better and safer? And your service made the lives of the people in the community better and safer. And I hope you will take that satisfaction with you as you go on to the next chapter. So thank you, both personally and professionally. And yes, it really all had been said, Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to say it again, and I wanted to say it personally. Tony, take care.
Now, as Peach is chiming in for her appreciation for the chief. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. And I just want to say again, thank you also, Chief Bowden, for your great leadership all these years. I haven't had the chance to work with you personally for the past year. I've certainly been able to work with your acting chief, Brian Glass, for the past year much closer. But at the same time, I could see from his great work, Brian's great work, that you have definitely done a great job training your subordinates to make sure that they could step in and continue doing the great work. And of course, all the fire prevention work that's happening. So I just want to say thank you for all you've done for our county.
Thank you. Certainly a fire safe road ahead for you, Chief. You'll always be chief to me and a friend as well. Any comments you'd like to make, sir?
Holy smokes. I was doing a lot better until Supervisor Ellenberg brought up my girls and softball. And as many of you know, I do have 3 daughters, and that has been a huge influence in my life and my career, and advocating for girls sports and equity for my daughters has always been something that I brought with me, and I'm very proud to say that we have worked diligently at County Fire to incorporate in our hiring and promotional practices, and I'm just thrilled with the leadership team that we have in place and what we were able to accomplish, although there's still a lot of work ahead. My wife reminded me that, if you retired 5 years from now, you would still have a lot of work that you would want to do. And she's right. But I also look back and I go, gosh, it was 19 years old when this kid stepped on San Jose ambulance for the first time and began his career in Santa Clara County. And 31, almost 32 years later, it's amazing how fast it went by. But I just can't express how appreciative I am to the board for your trust in me to lead. I'm appreciative to the board for your support throughout all these years. Supervisor Wasserman, you'll remember this. I use it all the time, team, the acronym team. Together, everyone achieves more. And I appreciate your words, but it was a collective team. It was a team of highly engaged leaders within the Board of Supervisors. It was a team that included executive staff at the county. And I'm going to recognize 2 people that probably don't get as much recognition as they deserve. But through the years, their love for this county has been very clear. And while we didn't always agree, they listened intently. And that's County Executive Jeff Smith and County Council James Williams. Your guidance and support is greatly appreciated. Again, we didn't always agree, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for both of you for how much you've cared for the county and how much you have supported County Fire over the years. So I do want to thank you both. And then with that, because I'm getting a little bit emotional right now, I'm just going to say thank you, and thank you for this this moment. It means a lot to me.
Thank you. Whether chief or coach, you're a classy guy, Tony. All the best to you. Keep it going. All righty. With that, we're going to turn to 5C, which is a proclamation the Supervisor Lee is going to deliver. And again, I'm calling out to anybody wishing to speak on public comment, which will follow this proclamation, to register now. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President. The 5C is the presenting a proclamation declaring March 2022 as the 20th annual March for Meals Month, and urge every citizen to take this month to honor our Meals on Wheels program, the seniors they serve, and the volunteers who care for them. So in March, the Health Trust Meals program in Santa Clara County actually celebrates its 20th annual March for Meals Month. On March 22nd, 1972 was when it started, when President Richard Nixon signed into law a measure that amended the Older American Acts of 1965 and established a national nutrition program for seniors 60 years and older. Meals on Wheels America launched the March for Meals campaign in March 2002 to recognize the historic month and the importance of the Older Americans Act nutrition programs and raise awareness about the escalating problems of senior hunger in America. The 2022 observance of March for Meals celebrates 50 years of the Older Americans Act nutrition program and 20 years of providing opportunity to support Meals on Wheels program that deliver vital and critical services by donating, volunteering, and raising awareness about senior hunger and isolation. Last Friday, I had the opportunity to join the Health Trust Meals on Wheels team to deliver a meal to one senior in Sunnyvale. And it was an amazing experience. I've done this actually back in 2006, I recall, when I was serving as mayor of this program. I'm so glad to see that this program is still going very strong and that really touches people's life every day. In the meal kit, there's not just one meal. There's actually 7 frozen meals that will actually last the senior for the entire week, with nutritious fruit and also juice as well. And it's something that really is amazingly important, especially during this pandemic period that we've gone through in the last 3 years. At this time, I'll read the final whereas from the resolution. Whereas the Health Trust Meals on Wheels program has served our community admirably for more than 25 years. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby recognize and proclaim the month of March 2022 as the 20th annual March for Meals Month, and urge every citizen to take this month to honor our Meals on Wheels program, the seniors they serve, and the volunteers who care for them. Our recognition of an involvement in the National 2022 March for Meals can enrich our entire community and help combat senior hunger and isolation in our country. Congratulations. And I believe Teresa Johnson from the Health Trust would like to also say a few words. Please.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lee and members of the Board of Supervisors, for this honor for the Health Trust Meals on Wheels program. We really appreciate your ongoing support for our seniors. And again, a special thanks to you, Supervisor Lee, for visiting one of our clients. He was very, very excited about that. I would just like to briefly summarize the changes in our services since the pandemic began in March 2020. The week before the shutdown, we were serving 2,000 meals a week. Within 3 weeks, we were serving 9,000 meals a week. And by June, we were serving 12,000 meals a week. Wow. It was absolutely outstanding, unbelievable. We did all this by going home, getting a new phone service, all of that stuff that everybody went through. We're currently serving about 7,000 meals a week, and we will probably serve about 320,000 meals this year. We expected the demand to decline as the pandemic progressed and settled down and vaccines became available. But I want you to understand this has not happened. About 80% of the clients who started during the pandemic still need our meals. They are elderly, they're homebound, they're very low income, and they're nutritionally at risk. We are going to lose over $1.5 million in federal COVID funding next year, leaving many of our clients at risk for losing food services. The Health Trust, however, is completely committed to serving our seniors, and we do not plan to drop any of them. I'm not sure where we're getting the money, but we're committed to this service for our community. In addition to providing hot and frozen meal services, we're really more than a meal service. We do a wellness check on our clients, look for any obvious injuries. If they don't answer the door, we contact their emergency contact, or in some cases, the police for a welfare check. For most of our elderly clients that are really living alone, very frail, we offer a Friends on Meals senior social isolation program, where we provide in-home visits and weekly phone calls to them. The Meals on Wheels program also relies very heavily on volunteers. So over 200 volunteers provided over 7,000 hours of service last year for our Meals on Wheels program. I would just like to end with a quote from one of our clients. She's 72 years old and she lives in Milpitas and she lives in Lone. Her income is $860 a month. She sent this in a Christmas card in December. I just want to thank you for all you do. I don't know what I would do without the meals that you provide. To the ladies that answer the phone, they are always so helpful and cheerful. To the ones behind the scenes, cooking and packing, you're awesome. To everyone that delivers meals, always with a smile on their faces and with warm greetings. Thank you for making so many ordinary moments extraordinary. Again, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your support. And we look forward to working with you in the coming years.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Supervisor Lee. All right, with that, we're going to move on to item number 6, which, as I mentioned before, is public comment. This is the opportunity for anyone to speak about anything not on today's agenda that comes under the purview of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. So with that said, Nancy, I'm going to give us about 10 more seconds here. And that clinches it. Will be 1 minute each for speakers. And again, speakers, you are speaking about something not on today's agenda. Go right ahead, Nancy.
First speaker is Suzanne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Suzanne, and I'm a registered nurse at Valley Medical Center for 12 years. I was placed on leave February 1st due to my religious beliefs and mandated vaccination. This has caused a great deal of anxiety and depression and financial hardship for both me and my family. I was frontline when we didn't know anything about COVID. As I said, I was in the emergency department. We all stepped up in the face of danger to take care of our community. I isolated myself from my family for months to keep them safe, and it's unbelievable that we're being disregarded because of our religious beliefs. Last week, about 2 weeks ago at the board meeting, Jeff Smith was advised to create a plan to get nurses back. I don't see it on the agenda. Please, County Board of Supervisors, address this and get the nurses back to work. Also, we are not being accommodated. Not one nurse has been accommodated, as opposed to the comments from Jeff Smith.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dalila Pulido. I am muting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute to speak.
An article was written in the Mercury News regarding comments made by the Board of Supervisors that high-risk employees were going to be able to return to work. At the March 7th board meeting, Wasserman stated workers in high-risk positions would be able to return to work. There was also a newsletter that went out from Cindy Chavez stating that instead, individuals who are not fully vaccinated and work in those settings who receive a medical or religious exemption will be required to get regular testing either once or twice a week, depending on where they work, and wear appropriate face coverings while at work. What Cindy Chavez said in the newsletter does align with the state, but that's not what's happening. The county is not following this guideline. The county wants to still hold on to the risk tier system and deem positions too high risk. Yet healthcare professionals were allowed to keep working after testing positive for COVID-19. We are tired of all the hypocrisy. The workers that have been on unpaid leave since 11/21 all have religious or medical exemptions, yet no one has contacted them about returning. Instead, they have all been getting contradicting information.
Our next speaker is Jessica. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jessica Cuevas, and hello, my name is Jessica Cuevas, and I work at both Elmwood and Main Jail as a cook too. I am also a SEIU 521 steward. I'm here to talk about the short staffing in the Sheriff's Department Food Service Division. We have continued to rearrange our schedules every day in order to accommodate the needs of the department as well as for the feeding times for the inmates. Again, we are being told that we have to change our schedules, but the reality is with over 20% vacancy rates, it is not the schedule that is the issue, it's the lack of staffing. Cooks are only being provided 3 hours to prepare meals while the standard is 4. During the 3 hours time constraint, cooks are being pulled to complete the duties of the food service worker, as well as completing their task. We're asking the Board of Supervisors to demand that the department work with us to ensure that the cooks have time to be given to cook and that the department works with us to keep the vacancies on a continuous post.
Our next speaker is Alan Kamara. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Alan Kamara. I want to just come to you and plead on behalf of our nurses. You all just heard Susan spoke very eloquently about what's going on with some of our nurses at home. We are asking the county, why do we have this different tier system when El Camino, O'Connor, El Camino, Stanford, and Kaiser can accept nurses who have religious exemption to come to work and do their job, and we all live within the same community, but yet the county of Santa Clara cannot allow their nurses to come back to work at Valley Medical, O'Connor, and San Luis, Main Jail, and other places. I am pleading to the county, please do not let Dr. Smith force our nurses to lose their job. I'm pleading to you all, please. Thank you.
Next speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you very much, Board of Supervisors. I wanted to mention about the Afghanistan repatriation as well as the situation in Ukraine. It is important to that as the County of Santa Clara is equally having a participant to government operations and federal advocacy, it is important that to note here that how the different people within the County of Santa Clara from the Russians counterpart and as well as from the Afghanistan counterpart are going through the situation, and also to consider the putting up the right set of sanction and as well as establishing the relations accordingly in adherence to the federal advocacy, as it is important to maintain the relationship rather than considering to complete the resources that is not required to be acquired at this particular point. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Christina Lopez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Christina Lopez. I'm confused about the Santa Clara COVID health orders for March 8th. It says that unvaccinated employees in high-risk settings can return to work, but that wasn't true. I don't think it's fair that unvaccinated employees are treated differently. Is there any evidence that unvaccinated people contract COVID or spread it? Because vaccinated people also contract COVID and spread it. Please stop treating people differently. Let our workers return to work. I'm sure receptionists, counselors, social workers are not a threat to the world, and our nurses are the safest people in the hospitals. They treat their patients safely and they are safe for themselves. Please allow them to return to work. Please allow everybody to work and just follow safety guidelines. This is enough already.
Next speaker is Sharon Luna. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good morning. I hope that you have read SMNA's and Supervisor Wasserman's emails regarding SIMPAC. Let me be clear, SMNA would never have moved forward if Supervisor Wasserman in writing said that the South County Joint Planning Advisory Committee was not our form of communication. It was SIMPAC. We received emails from Gilroy and Morgan Hill residents that were upset with our decision to go with SIMPAC and not the South County JPAC. I will agree and thank Supervisor Chavez for setting meeting up, but was on another issue, not the airport. However, it was a great meeting, but not a community meeting. What was not mentioned is that it established that San Martin has not had meetings and continued meetings that you all voted on. Please review general plans, SIMPAC bylaws, and ordinance for the decision to approve SMNA's proposal is up to the SIMPAC committee and Board of Supervisors. All we're asking for is a meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bren Perez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hi, first of all, at the last board meeting, it was mentioned that the new health order will allow employees to request exemptions and were placed on unpaid administrative leave to return to work. To this day, county employees have not been contacted to be reinstated, but instead continue to receive conflicting information from the department's union representatives and labor relations. Can the Board of Supervisors please clarify when the county employees that remain on unpaid leave will be allowed to go back to work? We urge the Board of Supervisors to help us clarify the confusion. Is this how we will continue to pay it forward to those who risk their lives for our community and who we once called our heroes for doing so? The Board of Supervisors need to stop being idle and must stand up and take action against the injustice in our community heroes. Our heroes are facing. Our community demands and deserves answers. It's about time to get them. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is Rosie Moreno. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. Rosie, you may begin.
Hi. So again, reiterating the sentiments of many, to date, the county does not align with state health orders. The county health order modified in March for those who work in high-risk settings haven't seen any of these changes implemented. The Board of Supervisors and the county executives, unfortunately, are all talk and no action. County workers have reached out to their union representatives, to the labor relations departments, and continue to receive conflicting information. As of November 1st, 2021, we continue to be on unpaid admin leave. When will the confusion end? When will those involved be held liable? When will our community go back to business as usual? The question that is most important to all of us: when will county employees who have worked through this pandemic be allowed to return to work and be in the same predicament as everyone under the state of California, where you can go to work and you test twice a week and you wear your mask? So those are the...
Our next speaker is Rebecca Voss. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, I would like to say that I am speaking from unceded Ohlone ground. My name is Rebecca, and I am a De Anza College student living and working in District 1. I'm here to speak on the Sargent Ranch Quarry project. The draft environmental impact report for this project is scheduled for release on April 8th, but I would like to urge you to vote no on the quarry regardless of the findings of the DEIR. As participants in a system of colonial oppression, it is our duty to respect the wishes of our Indigenous community members. Building a quarry on Amamutsan sacred ground, Eurostock, would irreparably damage the county's relationship with the local Indigenous community and would undoubtedly have negative environmental impacts. Not building a quarry will always be the most environmentally conscious option, regardless of the findings of an environmental impact report. I thus sincerely urge you all to think about whether this quarry would truly be beneficial for your constituents, or if this is simply a grab for money by a corporation in what is already a wealthy county. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Pierre Luigi Oliverio. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Adobe was contacted by one of the largest Santa Clara County departments who was having difficulty in achieving basic daily work functions based on the limitations of the DocuSign software. Adobe provided a live workshop and demonstrated how Adobe would resolve their bottleneck. Adobe is both the largest employer in downtown San Jose and the largest processor of electronic signatures globally. Adobe is also a great philanthropic partner to our community, awarding $5 million in grants locally during the pandemic to organizations such as Destination Home, Second Harvest Food Bank, the Community Foundation, and scholarships for disadvantaged youth for college. A lot has changed since the inception of the current Santa Clara County contract, as exemplified by organizations moving away from legacy DocuSign to Adobe. Such organizations with over 100,000 employees whose use cases are more complex than the county and in dozens of languages. These organizations could not tolerate a moment of downtime. They wanted to reduce risk from companies who are financially unstable, lower internal administrative costs.
Our next speaker is Aaron. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question to all the Board of Supervisors and Sarah Cody. What data is being used to justify continued treatment of unvaccinated employees as if they're constantly sick or a danger to the community? I think we can all see that as of today and for quite some time now, that there is no difference between unvaccinated employees and vaccinated employees. Both can transmit, both can contract, and both can die, whether you're vaccinated or not. What is the end game? What is the goal? I think unvaccinated employees deserve to know the answer to this. Is it 1 year of testing twice a week? Is it 1 year of being masked while everybody else is unmasked? There's nothing to prove that we're a danger to the community. And I think we deserve answers because no one's willing to give those. So we want to know when this will end. And that means everything, testing, masking, everything. That's all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Milan Ballington. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. Milan, I see that you unmuted and then muted yourself again. Can you unmute yourself? He seems to have lowered his hand. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we're going to move on to item 7, Nancy, which is approval of the consent calendar and changes to the Board of Supervisors. We have a printed out consent calendar update, Nancy, that I'll need you to read from. And item number 17, both I and another supervisor are requesting remains on the regular agenda. Nancy, please go ahead.
There was a request from Supervisor Semidian to add item numbers 15 and 17 to the consent calendar. Item number 15 is to approve referral to administration and county council to report to the board on May 24th, 2022 with options for consideration relating to a return to work program for experienced workers seeking to return to the workforce after taking time away from the paid workforce to care for children or other dependents. Item number 17 is to adopt resolution affirming the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights. There is a request from Supervisor Lee to add item number 19 to the consent calendar. Item 19 is to approve county sponsorship of the Almaden Valley Women's Club in the amount of $5,000 from the Supervisorial District 1 and Supervisorial District 5 allocations in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to support the July 4th Family Fireworks Festival at Almaden Lake Park. There was a request from Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Semidian to add item number 20 to the consent calendar. Item number 20 is to approve county sponsorship of Child Advocates of Silicon Valley in the amount of $3,500 from the Supervisorial District 2 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board, fiscal year 2020-21 to 2022. Budget to support the Broadway Bound Gala on Saturday, April 23rd, 2022. There is a request from Supervisor Lee to add item number 21 to the consent calendar. Item number 21 is to approve county sponsorship of child advocates of Silicon Valley in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 5 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021-2022 budget to support Broadway Bound Gala. There is a request from Supervisor Simitian to add item number 23 to the consent calendar. Item number 23 is to approve county sponsorship of Recovery Cafe in the amount of $1,000 from the Supervisorial District 3 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget to support the Closing the Gap breakfast. There is a request from Supervisor Lee to add item number 30 to the consent calendar. Item number 30 is to approve an opposed position on the proposed state trailer bill language authorizing the California Department of Healthcare Services to enter into a direct no-bid comprehensive risk contract with Kaiser Permanente to serve as a primary Medi-Cal managed care plan. There is a request from Supervisor Simitian to hold item number 32 to date uncertain. Item number 32 is to approve memorandum of understanding with the Santa Clara County Housing Authority regarding housing opportunities for period February 8th, 2022 through February 8th, 2031. There is a request from Supervisor Lee to hold item number 33 to April 19th, 2022. Item number 33 is to receive report relating to a collaborative motel placement program. There is a request from President Wasserman to consider item numbers 34 and 35 concurrently. Item number 34 is the adoption of ordinance number NS-300.954, 2022. Item number 40 is to receive report relating to addressing the increase in prevalence of online commercial sex ads, substance use among survivors, the intersection with human trafficking, and salaries and staffing for the law enforcement investigating human trafficking 2.0 task force to further investigate and respond to these developing trends. And that concludes the consent calendar update.
Thank you, Nancy. I'll now turn to supervisors for any comments, additions. Supervisor, Vice President Ellenberg, you're raising your hand? No, you aren't. Supervisor Chavez.
Sorry, my mute button is very delayed today. So thank you. I just want to clarify something that I may have missed in that review. Is the item regarding the Ukrainian resolution on consent, or was it moved back to the regular agenda?
Items 34 and 35 are being held together. And Supervisor, any clarification, it remains on the agenda? Supervisor Lee?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not hear my name. Yes, definitely. Still on the agenda. We just want to heard it together. We're not moving to consent.
Not on consent. Okay. Correct. Okay, thank you. Then I will hold comments there.
Thank you.
But I did have a few others. Sorry, just also confirming that Supervisor Chavez has held item 49. Sometimes this does go so quickly. If so, I want to support the hold of that item until the April 5th board meeting. Item 49 is to approve a request for appropriation modification, increasing revenues and expenditures in the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center Hospital Clinics budget relating to an augmentation of revenue cycle staff. And I know that this requires a 4/5 vote. We've heard some concerns from our employees around this, and I would appreciate if staff could address the following issues in the interim. The return of employees who participated in the VSIP, the Voluntary Separation Incentive Program, concerns regarding capacity issues at the frontline staff level, and certainly ensuring that our labor partners' concerns regarding all of this are heard and addressed.
Excuse me, Vice President Ellenberg, were you asking if Supervisor Chavez was holding 49, or were you making comments about 49 and leaving it on consent?
I was getting tangled again. I'm happy to leave it on consent. Those are my comments on consent.
Okay, thank you.
Right? Yes. It's rough this morning. Items 51 and 52. This is the addition of positions for the Youth Center for Evaluation and Advocacy that was previously reviewed at CFSC. I am supportive of this action and want to appreciate the staff work to date, especially with regard to external partners. I was pleased to see the addition, new since our CFSC report, of the contract with Parents Helping Parents for the service navigation and family support element. I really believe that this service navigation work is really one of the most challenging and critical elements of the program, and would like the next report at CFSC to detail the plans for the service navigation model and the roles of clinic staff, Parents Helping Parents, and external partners, including regional centers and schools, with the support, hoped for support of the chair. I'll certainly leave it to the chair to schedule, but would appreciate an April or May report ahead of the planned opening of the center in July. Item 56 is the addition of 49 public health positions through grant funds to support long-term COVID response and department infrastructure. Again, I'm supporting these positions, as well as the additions in VMC and OES in the last few meetings. But as I raised at the last meeting during the COVID report, I do expect to see a written plan to come back to the Board of Supervisors prior to the budget that provides detail on the ongoing strategies, the baseline capacity levels, the roles of local system partners, and any projection of baseline funding levels to maintain core capacities in surveillance testing, vaccination, outreach, et cetera. The addition of positions, I obviously support such a plan, but the board and the public should absolutely receive a clear roadmap of what activities and expenditures we should expect for the coming fiscal year. And just on a related note regarding the FGOC report at number 70, I want to reiterate the importance of continued board visibility into the costs and reimbursements related to the COVID pandemic. We all know that we have spent over $1 billion on the COVID response to date. Estimates from our finance department suggest that we'll be spending another 300 to 600 million. So I will be eager to see this topic continue to be presented on future FGOC agendas as it pleases the committee. Just a couple more, President Wasserman. Just faster than pulling them off of consent. On 71, this is the budget modification for Supervisor Chavez's referral related to tutoring for children of African American descent. I want to thank procurement and the leadership at Bay Area Tutoring Association for working out the details on how to add the contract for that organization. And I want to reiterate here my request that this funding be changed from a one-time, now it's two-time board request to ongoing funding in the budget. So I'd like to request an off-agenda report from administration before February 2023 as to how we can make that happen. Finally, 86E, this commendation brought forward by my office highlights some really outstanding artists in the Santa Clara County community, and it's particularly appropriate during Women's History Month to share some of the beautiful and powerful work of these individuals. The original focus of the group was to highlight women and people who were marginalized in the art world, and it's evolved to a group that teaches and creates and writes and works with the community. And I encourage anyone that has time to check out their books, Creating Power, Staying Visible, The Importance of Archives and Roots and Offshoots. I want to thank Jan Reinfleisch for your assistance with the commendation and your dedication to the art community in Santa Clara County. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. First, I want to go to item 61. And this is premium pay rates for employee and retiree medical health. I'd like to request an off-agenda report from ESA on discussions with health plan representatives for their compliance with Senate Bill 221 And this is intended to reduce mental health care wait times. And I saw a significant lag in our insurance companies' ability to respond to a number of cases. We're getting calls to our office regarding that. Item 80 is a report back on nitrous oxide. I'd like to ask that be deferred till April 5th. It can be kept on consent, but I have a little bit more research I would like to do. Item 91 is the hospital master plan. I'm very excited that there will be community outreach on this and really appreciate very much working with the board offices. I think that impacts Supervisor Ellenberg probably most of all. What I'd like to ask is that at our first meeting in August, that we have a presentation on what the community will be seeing so that we're better able to understand what the staff is sharing with the public. And thank you again to staff for working on that master plan. Items 49 and 50, I'd like to defer till April 5th to get the questions answered that Supervisor Ellenberg raised. And in addition, what I would like to ask is that there be a discussion with the line staff to review what will be coming to the board on April 5th. Items 50 and 51, these are items that Supervisor Ellenberg just touched on. And on items 50 and 51, I just wanted to say to the staff, I'm very, very excited about how this is moving forward. I see that the time has also moved from July to August. And my presumption is that that's just really wanting to make sure we do a good job on the launch. I would like to make sure that that this item come back to Children's Families Seniors Committee prior to the August launch, just so that, again, we're in the loop about how this is proceeding and who the partners are that ultimately be assisting us. This is really exciting. This is the Child Diagnostic Center. They give it a better name than that, but it's really the opportunity for us to screen even more children and be able to anticipate what their needs are at a much, much younger age. So
Supervisor Chavez, if I may, for clarification, you said you wanted to hold 49 and 50, and you were just now speaking about 51?
50 and 51.
You're speaking about 50 and 51, but you're not holding 51, you're holding 49 and 50.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait a second.
Any others? Dr. Smith, go ahead, then Supervisor Lee.
49 and 50 are being held, and 51 and 52 were the commentary.
50 and 51 were the comments, that's correct, and 49 and 50 would be held till April 5th.
Dr. Smith said 52, Supervisor
Oh, I'm
Chavez.
sorry, 51 and 52 are the youth activities. I apologize. I was making comments on 51 and 52, and 49 and 50 I'm asking to be deferred till April 5th.
Right, okay. I just wanted to be sure.
No, thanks for catching that, Dr. Smith.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, anything more?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. On the various items, on item number 33, initially, I have asked to have it moved to April 19th, but I actually would like to have this move up to the April 5th meeting due to some scheduling changes. First of all, I just want to thank the Office of Support for Housing for the good work on this report back to us. I'm also requesting the deferral to April 5th so that there's staff can come back with some additional information I've requested to make the report a bit more complete to move forward. On item number 58, I would like to make a comment on the ILEP, which is the Independent Living Empowerment Program, that the peer support services should be monitored during the contract term to ensure that peer support staff hired by the community health improvement partners will be actively involved in all levels of support. And there have been some words that they were used only for administrative taskers, and that, of course, the peer-to-peer support is vital to the success of this program. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item 19, which is on consent, happy to leave that on consent. I did just want to clarify for the record, because I got a question about it. The $5,000 allocation is split evenly, $2,500 from District 1, your district, and $2,500 from District 5, my district. So it's a total of $5,000, $2,500 from each district, and would ask the clerk to make sure that that's clear in our minutes, please. On item number 30, which is the Kaiser Permanente matter, I would like to ask that we hear that in its regularly scheduled place on the agenda. I think, frankly, whatever our views may be, we would all benefit from having a public conversation about what the issues are there. So again, that's a request to have item number 30 remain in its regular place on the agenda. On item number 36, the fairgrounds item, which has been placed on consent, fine to do that, but I will register an abstention on item 36. And again, for the clerk, that's an abstention on item 36. And I would just like to say, Mr. Chair, my reasoning there is I look forward to seeing what the study provides, but I think FMC has been taking a fairly ad hoc, piecemeal approach to advancing redevelopment on the site. And the ideas they're bringing forward end up locking up large parcels of land for, in some cases, many decades. And the per acre revenues, while probably better than the current situation, are not particularly compelling. In fairness to FMC, I think, we've fallen into this habit because excuse me, neither the board or county staff have been able to build consensus around a really comprehensive long-term plan for the site. And so I understand that. And if the study ends up generating a longer-term vision, that'll be a benefit. But in the meantime, I'll be an abstention. I'll also abstain on item number 89. This is a item that I've discussed with our board before, involving essentially cell phone towers, AT&T Mobility Corporation, in a agreement with roads and airports. I do want to thank staff for their efforts to improve the situation somewhat. I think we do have a better situation now with respect to the ability of concerned residents to contact someone and hopefully actually reach someone who can address their concerns, answer their questions. I am, however, troubled by the fact that we still don't really have any great clarity, certainty, or control over how many of these and where they will be. And I know staff gave it their best shot, and I want to say thanks again for that. But again, I'll be an abstain. So the short version is clarifying on number 19, $2,500 from each of the two districts. On item number 30, let's leave it on the agenda, please. And I will abstain on 36 and 89. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. And thank you to the clerk who has to keep track of all this.
Thank you, Nancy. And I'll make the shorter version that I and Supervisor Lee, we would like to hear item number 17. And I will recuse myself on item 89 as well because of my financial interest in AT&T. Nancy, do you believe you have everything you need?
I do, thank you.
Well, you are super. All right. So with that, I see that we have one speaker. Let's let the one speaker speak on the consent items and for 3 minutes.
Okay. 1 minute here. First speaker is Delmy Fry. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 3 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, I've never done this before, so I'm terrified. The result is what's happening at the moment is they're trying to dumb down the requirements for a macroom operator so that they can justify what they pay us. In reality, we've been seeking a realignment, and we have been turned down repeatedly because nobody does our job. Nobody monitors, writes work orders, does emergency response from the macroom, handles fires, handles power outages, etc. GM1s have been realigned 6 times, GM2s have been realigned 7 times, GM3s have been realigned 8 times over the last 45 years. BSMs have never been realigned because there are no job specs that match ours entirely. Now, we came up with the communication. Oh, God, why can't I find what I want? Communication dispatch 1, we matched their job spec 92.5%. Union said that was close enough. We went in, ESA turned us down. The reality of life is that we do what they do. We just have a different focus. Their focus is life safety and our focus is building safety. And whereas they have 3 people to respond to, fire, medical, and police, we have 17 different trades to respond to and to know about and to be able to write work orders that get them to the right place at the right, efficiently and knowing what's happening. And the reality is that if we were realigned where we used to be, or even just above a GM2, there would be GM2s that wanted to come in the MAC room. As it is, because they're paid $4.71 an hour more than us, they're not interested in being BSMs. They're not interested in applying for it. But if they paid us a reasonable wage, we would be okay. And and dumbing down the job specs is not a way of improving the quality that the MAC room provides to the county. I don't know what else to say. So I guess that's it.
Thank you. And Nancy, before you go to the next speaker, we will give the next speaker 3 minutes, but by our rules printed in our agenda, the consent calendar is limited to 2 minutes. So this person will have 3. If any others join us, it'll be 2. Go ahead.
Our next speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you very much, Board of Supervisors. As you know, the item is related to consent calendar agenda items. I want to speak about the agenda item 34 and 35, which is about the Ukraine situation. I think it would be important to emphasize on that, what as a holistic approach, that what section has been applied as a part of a financial, as well as gas, oil, and as well as country-to-country relationship dialogues between the 2 countries as a part of a department state's policy, and as well as a regulatory policy in terms of cyber warfare. It is important to evaluate that how those sanctions are going to be impacting the daily lives of the citizens within the county of Santa Clara, and as well as the diversification and economic development within the county of Santa Clara, such that any policies in terms of a termination or any policy in terms of a change would require advocacy, and as well the recommendations to be considered from all respective Board of Supervisors, and also to consider that what as in country system is taking an action in terms of a country step towards the situation. So
hello everyone, good afternoon. As you can see, things are changing and moving.
Hold on just 1 second here. Please stop this time, Nancy.
We've had some
Whoever has their microphone on right now, so we're getting that background noise, please shut it off. All right, Nancy, let's try that again.
I'm sorry about that. So it is important to address the Ukraine situation, and so with the Afghanistan situation. However, it is important that the citizens within the county of Santa Clara would not be deprived of the decision that has been taken under the MOU. They are continuing to be taken care by the county of Santa Clara. Thank you very much for consideration of comments, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Urvish.
That concludes our public comment.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to move on to item 8. We're going to hear from Consuelo.
My apologies. Can I get a motion?
Excuse me. Thank you very much. we need a motion to approve all that we said previously, of which Nancy captured everything.
Would you like me to summarize that just in case?
I really don't, but we should. Go right ahead.
Okay, on consent, we have 15, 19, 20, 21, 23, 36. We have a hold for item numbers 32, 33, 37, 38, 39, 40, 49, 50, and 80. And 34 and 35 will be considered concurrently, sorry, not held. We have abstentions for 36 and 89 and a recusal on 89.
Thank you. We need that motion back again. Vice President Ellenberg, did I hear from you?
You did. Motion stands.
All right, and who seconded? Supervisor Chavez?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote, please, Nancy.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes. Thank you, Nancy. We now move on to item 8, which is time certain. If you heard no earlier than 10, it's 10:52, so we meet that. It is a public hearing regarding the purchase of real property located at 15440 Monterey Road in Morgan Hill. I'm going to begin this by opening the public hearing and receiving testimony if we have any. Looks like we have one.
Yes.
Okay, let's allow that person 2 minutes.
Our speaker is Alex Shore. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Alex Shore here. I'll be speaking later in a personal capacity. Right now, I'm here on behalf of Catalyze SV and our members who score development projects throughout Santa Clara County. Want to thank the Office of Supportive Housing and the county for continuing to aggressively pursue affordable housing and doing so in a creative way by purchasing properties and matching with affordable housing developers to build on them. I think it's a great way to do it and a testament to the continued strength of Measure A. We are excited on May 2nd to be hosting an educational event, thanks to Supervisor Otto Lee, in which we'll be highlighting a lot of the Measure A projects throughout the county and the impact that Santa Clara County's housing is having on affordable housing thanks to Measure A. As you continue to look at projects like the 4 that you're going to be hopefully approving today, we continue to invite and encourage the county to emphasize and support those projects that maximize the number of homes on the site. Catalyze SV members are continuing to see affordable housing developers choose to build less homes than they could on projects, not because of construction costs, but because of concerns of limited pockets of community fears on the development. And we just don't think that that's the best reason to not build as many homes as possible on a site. Another being emphasizing parking. We think that the number of homes should be the most important priority and parking should take second fiddle. So please continue to talk with the Office of Supportive Housing about supporting projects that maximize the number of affordable homes, especially if it is public land we're purchasing. Thanks so much.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers, Nancy.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. So I'm now going to close the public hearing and we have staff on standby, but other than that, I'll look for a motion.
Chavez, move approval.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, do you want to second that and then speak?
Yes, I'll second it and speak after this.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. I know these are the type of projects, that's exactly what we need. The use of Measure A funding is great. And in this case, we actually have purchasing a land, an empty land to do this. And I just would like to say that these are the exact project we want. Right now, it's planned for 73 units of affordable family development, including 18 rapid rehousing, and also very specifically, it's got 30 units minimum for agricultural worker households, which are, of course, extremely important in the area of Morgan Hill. I do want to say that the 73 unit, I would like to use that as a minimum. And I certainly would love to have, after the purchase, to see if there's an opportunity to make it higher density so that more affordable family units could be built in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion. We have a second. Roll call vote, please, Nancy.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to item 9, another public hearing. We're starting after the time that we had to wait until, and I'm going to open the public hearing. Nancy, I don't see anyone waiting to speak. Do you?
No, I do not.
I will then close the public hearing, and I'll turn to my fellow supervisors for a motion regarding this property located at 21 North 21st Street.
Move approval.
Supervisor Chavez moves approval. Supervisor Lee seconded. Seeing no other hands raised, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to agenda item number 10, purchase of real property located at 3335 through 3337 Kiefer Road in Santa Clara. I am going to open the public hearing, Nancy, with your assistance. I don't see any speakers. Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you. I'm now going to close the public hearing and turn to my illustrious supervisors for a motion or comments.
I'm happy to make a motion. I have a comment, but I'm having another technical issue here. If you could just.
Chavez.
Thank you. We have Vice President Ellenberg making the motion, Supervisor Chavez the second, and back to Vice President Ellenberg for her comments.
Thank you so much. I just want to appreciate Consuelo and their staff for their efforts in developing this project. I want to thank Allied Housing for their partnership in building affordable and permanent supportive units. Really glad to see that D4 in the city of Santa Clara will be home to some additional affordable housing for seniors and low-income households with seniors. The 80 new apartments will move our county closer to our goal of ending homelessness, and I'm really eager to welcome residents as they move into the units. I do have just a single request going forward for all of these reports to the Office of Housing. Office of Supportive Housing. I'd like us to require that developers either provide a quarter or biannual update on community engagement so that we can share those so that those can be shared in off-agenda reports to the Board of Supervisors without asking for additional analysis by the Office of Supportive Housing. Consuelo, can you speak to that? Is the reasoning clear? I just want to make sure that that the supervisors are always up to date on what the communication plans are for each project, ideally without adding work for you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. We are working with our development partners to come up with a standard report that they would each submit, and that way we have it upon request.
Right. Upon request, meaning we need to remember to ask for them, or they'll be sent to the board off agenda as they are received from the developers.
One idea is to include it as part of the item whenever it comes back to the board, particularly because in this case, the board has taken action on these 4 developments, as 3 years ago or in August last year. So it is hard to remember and keep track. And so we're working on including that as part of the item for your consideration, but then also just as part of our community engagement strategy, having that report come into our office as a standard.
Terrific. I appreciate that.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call vote, please, Nancy.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you very much. We are now moving on to item 11, another public hearing regarding the purchase of property located at 1135 East Santa Clara Street in San Jose. We are now going to open the public hearing and receive testimony. Looks like we have one speaker. Nancy, would you please allow he or she 2 minutes?
Alex Shore, I'm unmuting you. Please unmute to begin speaking.
Good morning again. This is Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Wasn't planning on speaking on a second item, but Supervisor Ellenberg, you just said some magic words to our ears about community engagement, and we appreciate that. I'm sure that report will be helpful to the supervisors, and it's also helpful to the public to understand how developers in the Office of Supportive Housing are doing community engagement. We have, as you may guess or know, a lot of opinions on how to create a great transparent feedback loop, which is to reflect what the developers and the county heard through the community engagement process and how they're being responsive to the community. So as always, would say to the supervisors and to Consuelo and the Office of Supportive Housing, if we can be helpful on that, our goal is always to create an inclusive, transparent, collaborative community engagement process that builds greater trust in government as you build great, important buildings and including affordable housing. So we always recommend as one of those principles to let the community know what you heard through the community engagement process and how the developer has or has not been able to implement those ideas that came from the community. And that's a key principle for building trust. So if we can be of any service as you're designing those quarterly reports that Supervisor Ellenberg is requesting, we'd love to just provide a little input in that process. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And with that, and no more speakers in the queue, I'm going to close our public hearing and look for a motion.
So
Yes.
moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, we have a motion by Chavez, a second by Ellenberg. No other further discussion.
Actually,
With-
may I just make one quick?
Yes, please, Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, thank you. I really wanted to just acknowledge Santa Clara, Morgan Hill, and San Jose, because you know the land use decision really goes to the cities, and I'm really appreciative that they're being so frankly collaborative with the county. And I do just want to acknowledge that Consuelo and her whole team really deserve our thanks. They are moving so much faster than anybody imagined, and during really tough times. So I just wanted to share both gratitude, but also to the 3 cities that are stepping up.
Super, good comments. Thank you very much. All right, with that, Nancy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Forgive me, aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to move on to agenda item 12, which was to be heard no earlier than 10:30. It's 4 minutes after 11. So we meet that criteria. And we should have Rocio Luna, our Deputy County Executive, right there. I see her.
Good morning.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your opening comments, Rocio.
Great. Good morning, President Wasserman and members of the board. Rocio Luna, Deputy County Executive. With me this morning is Dr. Lisa Harp with DCI Consulting. She'll be providing all of us with a status update on the development of a pay equity strategic plan for our county. And we have a short PowerPoint that we will load shortly.
And let me just
Shannon,
say, thank you
yeah.
for providing that PowerPoint in advance. I appreciate the time to be able to look it over.
Thank you. Should be loading shortly.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Harp. I'm a industrial organizational psychologist and a principal consultant at DCI Consulting, based out of Washington, D.C., although I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I am part of a team that is working with the County of Santa Clara to work on this initiative. And so I did just want to give you an update and share a little bit of information with you. You can go to the next slide. So big picture, just a reminder of the statement of work. And I know there are a lot of other pieces to this, but kind of the overall picture is that we'll be providing expert consulting services to the county regarding pay equity, including a review of pay and hiring data and a real focus on identifying, understanding disparities in pay based on sex or gender. And then we'll also be analyzing data, gathering it, providing information to help us make recommendations and implement really a strategic plan around pay equity practices in the workforce. Next slide. And before I get into really a lot of what we've done, I did want to kind of have a little bit of a conversation about how I've seen pay equity changes, how pay equity studies have changed over time. So I've been in this field for a little over 20 years and primarily doing the analysis of employment data for evidence of discrimination. When I started my career, it was primarily adverse impact studies of hiring data. In the last 10 years, it is almost exclusively pay equity. And so we've seen a real evolution of employers really becoming more and more interested in this topic. When I first started doing pay studies, the emphasis was really on legal compliance. So it was based on an employee complaining and filing a complaint, were federal contractors complying with their regulatory requirements. So it was very narrowly focused on that legal compliance. Then we saw a lot more attention, both in the media, as well as in regulatory agencies, on looking at pay. And so we saw this kind of turn of events where we started seeing a lot more information about wage gaps. And so that's that women are paid 80 cents on the dollar at a federal level. And then we started seeing more and more companies start to publish their wage gap numbers. And we also saw across the country, states start to implement their own regulatory requirements along the way. And so I've moved into a lot of doing wage gap studies as well as these state-based studies. And I think with that emphasis, we saw a lot of employers move away from solely a legal compliance concern with really being interested in understanding how pay influenced their employees, and a particular attention on any areas where there might be race or gender disparities. And so we started doing more, again, statistical studies primarily that were really looking at base pay, other kinds of pay, but solely for the purpose of understanding that and remedying any issues that they might find. And then with that, and I think particularly in the last couple of years, I've seen employers say, okay, we understand the statistics, but that's not all there is. Pay is not just base pay, how do females compare to males? It's a lot bigger picture. And we've seen employers kind of pull back and say, we want to look at everything. And when I say that, I think of combining pay equity studies with a review of the actual policies and procedures that underlie those decisions, as well as starting to really look at how employees perceive pay within their company. And so a lot of solicitation of employee perceptions, their understanding, as well as how subjective they think those practices are. Next slide. And so when I think about kind of a holistic pay review, which is really what we're doing with Santa Clara, there are really kind of three prongs of this, with that middle prong being legal compliance, what I might consider the minimum, which is, are we complying with Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, the Equal Pay Act, with any state regulations, but combining that with looking at specific pay decision mechanisms, such as what happens at hiring, which might be your starting pay, what grade do you enter in, looking at performance evaluations if they influence pay, which in some companies they don't, looking at pay increases, step increases or promotions, or any other mechanisms that it might influence pay. And then, as I said, on that other side, also combining all of that information with employees' perceptions. Do they understand the practices? Do they perceive the pay practices as fair? Are the pay practices transparent? And then also, is there some kind of appeal or complaint process available to them? Next slide. And so what my team has done to date is a number of things. So we have undertaken a material review. And so that really involves anything related to employment practices, job information. We've done a lot of looking at the pay equity dashboard that's available, as well as a number of prior pay equity, either studies or work around pay equity that has been done in Santa Clara County along the way. We've also been having regular meetings, and these meetings include a task force that include representatives from the county executive team, county counsel's office, employee services agency, and county health system. And then we've also been talking to specific subject matter experts as needed to make sure we understood any of the documentation that we've been reviewing, to understand any of the work that's been done before we came on, to understand the data that's available, and really to understand what current concerns might be. And with this, the goal is really to come up with an analysis plan for next year. And the other thing I wanted to do before I talk about kind of where we're going with our analysis plan is I did want to just spend just a few minutes talking about wage gaps. And the reason I say that is I think that there's a perception quite often when people think about pay equity, they think about really what is a wage gap. You can go to the next slide. And so what we've seen over time is a number of companies publishing these wage gaps. A lot of this is being driven by shareholder activists, in particular Arjuna, who have come to the boards and they've sued boards. They've come and demanded that these companies produce these numbers. And one of the things that I don't think a lot of people understand is that when companies publish these wage gaps, they're always what's known as an adjusted wage gap. It's also unlikely that you're going to see a company publish a wage gap unless it is almost dollar for dollar. And so when I say adjusted versus unadjusted, what that means is the unadjusted wage gap is a really aggregate company-wide look. Everybody on your workforce who's female compared to everybody on your workforce who's male, without accounting for any job differences or geographic differences or any of that kind of information. And so there's some statistical techniques where we can take that wage information and control for structural variables. So most likely when you see these adjusted wage gaps, they've been controlled for a number of factors. What's unfortunate is we never really know what factors have been controlled for. So sometimes these might not even be comparing apples to apples. So one company might control for job, one might control for job and location, another company might control for 10 additional merit or job related factors. And so it's sometimes, I don't want to say deceiving as much as I don't think they're as transparent as they could be. It would be much more informative if we had more information on what those controls were. Next slide. Where we do see publication of unadjusted wage gaps, though, is really with government entities. And certainly that's due to a lot of agreements that they will make all this information transparent and publicly available. So whether the actual government entity is publishing these or some individual or a group are pulling the data down to calculate these unadjusted wage gaps, you do see this at that level. And so just for some reference, I've provided some information that I was able to pull publicly for a couple of different states, California and Connecticut, for a couple of cities, Los Angeles and San Francisco, and a couple at the county level. And one thing that really is notable, and I know this was in the pre-read, was that the most recent unadjusted wage gap for Santa Clara County was 98.8 cents on the dollar, females to males. And that's really one of, if not the highest, unadjusted wage gaps I've seen. Next slide. And so the way I wanted to present the work we've done to date, and kind of before we get to the analysis plan, is in a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats format. Next slide. So given all that we've done to date, what are the strengths that I see with the County of Santa Clara? One is, certainly from everything I've seen, when you're comparing employees in similar roles, there really is small to no pay differences. And a lot of this, can be attributed to really low opportunity for there to be pay disparities due to the collective bargaining agreements, as well as the civil service merit system. Across the county, when you look at that number, as I mentioned earlier, the wage gap is very small. You have a highly structured, very transparent employment practice, evidenced by, when I first put in a document request, almost all of that documentation on practices and policies and job information, my team could go to your website and actually just pull that down rather than having it be provided by some individual internally. Prior pay studies, and one prime example is the 2016 state auditor report, really reflect well on the county. So everything that's been done to date seems to reflect very well on the county. And then the pay dashboard is a real strength. Certainly it provides transparency, but also it is impressive that not only can you look at it from a county view, but then you can drill down by a number of different categories, by EEO category, by department, and even down to the job level. And not only can you look at gender, but then you can also look at that race information as well. And that's really impressive to have that much transparency for that information. Next slide. In terms of weaknesses, and I don't like the word weakness, but that's just the format of this kind of protocol that I'm using here. But certainly anytime you have areas of discretion, that can be an area where you may have some risk or some area where there could be some disparities. And so we did a lot of discussion and a lot of review to identify, are there any practices where there could be discretion, where we may want to dig deeper? And we did identify some. And then the other big area, I think, is in employee perceptions and understanding. So, we don't really know, do employees really understand the pay practices? I know the information is available. You can go find it, but sometimes that can be a little cumbersome. And so there's some area here there that can be an area of improvement. And then how do employees perceive the pay practices? So following right along with that, where do I see the opportunities? I think that the opportunities are examining any of those pay practices where you have discretion, conducting a survey to examine both understanding and perceptions of the pay practices. And then the other area, which, because you can always improve even on something that's well done, is to do a little more digging in the current dashboard and to look at whether or not we might be able to combine some other demographic information, and in particular, whether or not there's some other race by gender metrics we might be able to include, and if there are other kind of metrics that might be useful. And then the other thing that I think we always just have to kind of keep in mind, because they can certainly influence current practices, future practices, or any kind of external factors that may be a play. And the ones that I've listed here are just some of the ones that certainly could have some pressure on your pay practices. And so one, obviously, is labor demands. My understanding is it's not as prominent at County of Santa Clara currently, but certainly in the United States right now, there are huge worker shortages. And so that puts a lot of pressure on bringing people in and attracting them, as well as retaining them, which can have some unanticipated consequences on your pay. Also, with County of Santa Clara, you are smack dab in the middle of Tech Central. And so just being in the technology area can certainly have some influence on employee perceptions as well as others. The other one, certainly not surprising, COVID. We don't know what's going to happen with COVID, if there's another surge, if we're dealing with, relitigating mask mandates, vaccine mandates, remote workers. So that certainly is something that we need to keep an eye on. Inflationary pressures, which again, if the cost of living is higher, then that certainly puts pressure on employers to address that employee need, because the employees are feeling a lot of pressure, and that can certainly influence their perceptions. Continued socio-political pressures. So we see in social media, in the regular media, when stories become big around wage gaps, around pay, around race, all of those kind of issues can have pressure on these kind of projects. And then, of course, regulatory changes. So as we have leaders change at the federal or state level, as government entities that are surrounding you are having conversations, and then really just kind of keeping an eye on what we see might happen in the future. So our focus is, as I'd said, identifying and studying any pay practices where there is a discretionary point, developing, implementing, and analyzing an employee survey. That's slotted to happen this summer. Examine the feasibility of including other groups of interest, so intersection of gender and race where it's feasible, the possibility of including LGBTQ, which again, all of those are really dependent on the availability of data. So that will be something we'll look at. And then also, as I've said, digging more into the pay dashboard, and all these other kind of things that we're doing may influence some of the suggestions we have for the pay dashboard. And then identifying regular studies that the County of Santa Clara may be able to conduct to allow you to kind of look at trends over time. And that gives you a whole nother level of information. And this will culminate in a strategic plan that will incorporate everything that we have found to date. And that's where we are at this point. I am happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate that very comprehensive report. A couple of things I want to say. My wife and I have degrees in psychology. I heard you're an industrial organizational psychologist.
That's correct.
I don't remember that being on the menu 40 years ago at USC, but it's nice to know all these different variations. That's number one. Number two, and my fellow board members know I love doing this, it sounds like our unadjusted wage gap is perhaps in the top 1% in the nation at 98.8.
It is, as I said, it is very high. And I think that one of the things that we'll be looking at too is, you know, the unadjusted wage gap really gives you a lot of information on the distribution of people in different demographic groups. So looking at the different jobs and where that plays in with females. And so we'll be digging some into that as well. But that is correct.
I hear you, but we're all cheerleaders for Santa Clara County.
You should be. And you absolutely should be.
At a number that rounds out at 99%, we are doing a damn good job. And as you said, you can always get better. And I'll conclude my comments and then turn to my fellow supervisors. On package page 77, item D as in David, areas of opportunity for the county that you showed in your PowerPoint.
Correct.
I'm excited about us pursuing those areas of opportunity so we can be even better. And 99 is great, 100 is the goal, and other areas to improve. So I'm very excited about where we are and where we're headed. With that, I'll turn to Supervisor Chavez, then Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and the report. And first, I wanted to just share some thoughts with Dr. Luna. On the background of the document, it has the number of actions, and I really appreciate so much of the actions being reflected back here. One thing I would like to request, and I have requested this of staff in the past, is that when we know who brought the referrals forward, that we put the person's name. And I think the reason this is important is I actually can't remember if the referral came from me or Supervisor Cortese then, or both of us, or who, but for purposes of when people go back to look at when we made changes in our process, I think it's really actually very important to understand where that came from as part of our analysis of where we were and where we're going. So staff, the reason I normally ask that is for exactly that reason. So I just want to make sure we look at that in the future, because I think one of the biggest advocates we had was actually Supervisor Cortese, and I think that's very important. Just a couple of things that I want to highlight and ask. As part of the work being done here, I know that we were working through the Office of Women's Policy, and I understand the Oversight Committee still has the Office of Women's Policy playing a participating role in that. Can I just confirm that on the record?
That's correct, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, Dr. Luna. And then there are two areas that you have highlighted that I want to make sure are really prioritized and dug into more deeply. And one of them is occupational segregation, and that is part of the phase 3 survey and analysis. And I'm very interested in better understanding that, especially in an organization as highly unionized and frankly so female heavy as ours. So I want to really lift that up and make sure that we're doing a deeper dive into that area. And then the other that I'm very interested in understanding as it relates to the county is how we address issues like pregnancy and leave and family medical leave, and how, when we're looking at overall financial achievement for women and men, that we are looking at both childbearing and in particular the areas I'm interested in are reasonable accommodation, and whether or not how we're supporting both men and women in those processes, and then frankly what happens to women from a trajectory perspective based on that. And I don't need a response to that today. I just want to make sure that comes back to us as part of any final product. I'm very excited about this. I lastly want to just request that we get 6-month check-ins, even if they're very brief, through FGOC, as I consider this more of an audit. Thank you, and thanks to staff for the work.
Thank you, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you so much to Dr. Luna and to your team and administration for the continued really great work on the pay equity strategic plan. Really, every ledge file on the topic has been thorough, it's been clear, it indicates measurable output, and has really provided valuable, shows really that valuable progress is being made. I want to just also thank administration for having carved out a time certain for this item to be heard, which is just further indication that we take this issue very seriously. Clearly, my predecessors on the board, as well as the county, have been long committed to being an employer of choice. And doing that certainly by being able to show that we are ensuring equal pay for equal work and championing policies that provide that much needed economic security for our employees and their families is a big piece of that. The strategic plan progress report is also really timely. March 15th marked the first equal pay day of the year. And of course, I say that because it symbolizes how far into the year white women must work on average just to earn what an average male made the previous year. The gender gap pay is yet another reminder of how women are impacted by inequality. And unfortunately for women of color, equal pay day falls later in the year. For every dollar earned by a white man, and obviously I'm talking more generally than within our county government, but the details are really important. AAPI women earn 75 cents and reach parity by May 3rd, and it's later if you disaggregate different racial groups within the AAPI community. Black women earn 58 cents and reach parity by September 21st. Native American women earn 50 cents and reach parity on December 1st, and Latinas earn 49 cents and reach parity by December 8th of the following year. As the third largest employer in the county, we really are leading by example, and it's heartening to see that there is small to no pay difference between men and women in our county. And in the spirit of continuous improvement and iteration, one area of opportunity not explicitly covered in the ledge file is a suggestion to include non-binary people when examining more deeply pay differences by race, ethnicity, sexual orientation under item D, bullet 3. The board voted on board policy 3.71, which addresses gender inclusive language, which ensures to the maximum extent possible and to the extent permitted by law, all of our official documents and communications from the county are drafted with gender inclusive language. So just in honor of this commitment, we should also ensure that non-binary and gender expansive individuals are included in the pay equity study. And also, as I do agree that we should expand our current dashboard to examine race and would encourage the disaggregation of ethnic identities within racial groups as additional useful metrics. Again, I'm proud of where we are. I hope that we are a shining beacon to the rest of the county where the stats are not quite so strong. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take the direction in both Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Ellenberg's comments as a motion by Chavez, a second by Ellenberg. Is that okay with the two of you?
Thank you very much, Mike. Yes.
Yes and yes. Wonderful. And Supervisor Chavez, having been here back then, I think it was you and now Senator Cortese, September 15th, 2015, that brought the referral forward to investigate this. That was 6.5 years ago. The result of that initial request has earned us the 98.8%, and I will stick to that being in the top 1% of the nation and a beacon, as Vice President Ellenberg said. And I join everybody else in saying, let's improve where we can. And with that, I've got a motion and a second. We now have one speaker. Let's let that one speaker in, please, for 2 minutes, and then that'll be it.
Our speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much to Board of Supervisors. I wanted to acknowledge Lisa Harper's presentation on the pay equality. I think it is important to recognize that within the Silicon Valley, what we wanted to see is the pay equalities. Though we know that we are at the doorstep.
Excuse me, Irvish, for interrupting you. Is that background coming from you again?
Not really, sir.
Okay, whoever has the background sound coming through, if they could please mute themselves so Irvish can be heard clearly. Please continue.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much again. I think we are at the doorstep of a Silicon Valley where we see the most of the corporate environment. The pays are being decided on the pay grades, though it is important to recognize that how the pay equalities between the men and women are being strategized versus what other job postings are out there, and then how they are being strategized in order to make the pay grades in a way that they are being paid on the basis that on the skills and as well as the level and the scale of apprehension towards the work is being achieved within the corporate environment. Though it differs from industry to industry, and we try to find the balance that where we wanted to make sure that there are no pay inequalities, but we really wanted to see a balance is that in the form of that how we are achieving the pay equalities in terms of the maintaining the balance in every industry, as every industry sees the scale of the pay differently in terms of a technology, in terms of a government, in terms of a finance, in terms of agriculture, the pays are different. When we are comparing the apples to apples, that makes a real balanced scenario between the men, women, as well as the LGBTQ community people being hired. Versus when it is required to see the pay equality, it's also important to see that how individuals are scaled up to the skill as well. So there are a lot of different factors, but I wanted to acknowledge the facts that has been derived as a part of a SWOT analysis.
Thank you very much. All right, that concludes public comment. We have a motion and a second on the floor. It looks like I cannot call for a vote yet. Vice President Ellenberg, your hand is raised. No. Supervisor Lee, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. I just want to say, first of all, thank you, Dr. Luna, for the excellent report. Very glad that our county is doing so well. But at the same time, what's shocking, actually, in the bit is San Francisco with the 83% there. And I just want to say that maybe if there's a role for us to reach out to our neighboring counties to see if we might be able to offer assistance for them, or at least highlight these to them to let them know that whatever we're doing right, maybe there's something that we could share with them, like sharing best practices. So I just want to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll mention again, the San Francisco doesn't even have a pro football team, so we're ahead in many respects.
Oh, ouch.
They can learn a lot from us. You are absolutely right. All right, Nancy, bring us home here. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye, with a thanks.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're now moving on in numerical order to item number 13, a referral from Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. Item 13 is a request that I have to administration, and I'm going to clarify the request that is in the referral to look for necessary resources to support the installation of 9 freeway sign panels that will highlight Barack Obama Boulevard in our county, and ask that the staff look for non-general fund resources. And so that what that means is that we are general fund neutral in this ask. The city of San Jose is renaming Bird, South Montgomery, South Autumn, North Autumn Street in a significant recognition of this important legacy for President Obama. There was a great deal of community and city support for this, including a fundraising effort by the Barack Obama Boulevard Committee that funded the replacement of the city street signs. Unfortunately, there is no identified funding to update the freeway sign panels, and so I'm asking staff to work with MTC specifically and the city of San Jose to look for those resources and come back to the board with options. This is a significant opportunity for us as a county to demonstrate the equity pledge that we've taken and to support the recognition and the service and the leadership and the legacy of President Barack Obama and the collaborative efforts and leadership taken by our community to bring this street change to fruition. The Barack Obama Boulevard Committee not only raised $20,000, but did years of outreach to make this come true. And that would be my request.
That's a motion by you, Supervisor Lee.
I'm happy to second it, and certainly want to clarify the questions with the maker of motion is that the motion is to specifically say that there will be no county general fund being expended on this request, correct?
What I'm suggesting is that we use the language that it would be general fund neutral. And that gives the staff the flexibility to reach out and access other partners for resources.
Okay, and you mentioned MTC as a potential regional source, right? Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Before we call for the vote, we have 4 speakers. Let's give them up to 2 minutes each. If we go over, we're adding on quickly here. Hold on just a minute. And for all those calling in to speak, please realize you have a motion and a second already. So you can have up to 2 minutes. Supervisor Simidian, I'll call on you first.
Thank you. Just a quick question for the maker and the seconder. As proposed, I understand the the revenue neutral impact on the general fund component. Presumably, though, the roads funds, which I think are separate from our general fund, might end up being tapped. And if they were, that would be to the exclusion of some other project for roads. Did I very much appreciate the general fund exception. And I appreciate the recommendation to look to the city of San Jose and MTC. We're in an interesting position here, given that this was a city decision about city streets and roads, and we're talking about state highway signs, but so far we have yet to get any commitment from either the city or the state to be part of this, and that's why I appreciate the maker of the motion suggesting that we really reach out and see what's possible with MTC and or the city. But am I correct that this could involve the use of roads funds as proposed?
Let's get your question answered by Dr. Smith.
No, county roads funds could not be used because it's not a county road. So I think looking at other partners like MTC, the city, and others in that situation would be probably the best that we could do.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification, just so we know what the possibilities are and aren't going forward. And again, my thanks to the maker and the seconder for trying to pull other folks into the funding process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to our public speakers. Nancy, each may have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, our first speaker is Ron Hansen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. This is Ron Hansen speaking. It was my pleasure to serve with the dedicated community members on the Barack Obama Boulevard Committee. This small but mighty group worked with the city of San Jose, first initiating and then guiding the effort to identify and rename a key thoroughfare in San Jose for President Barack Obama. Although the street itself is well marked now for everyone to see and reference, the adjoining freeway off-ramps are not. This referral will begin the process to provide funding and support for this final important boulevard naming project. I urge your support for this referral. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Beal. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hello, board members. This is Jim Bell, and I urge support of this resolution. And thank you all for your service. I believe that the resolution that's proposed will ensure that the multitude of funds that could be available to fund this project can be considered. And it's so important that we continue the work of the committee, the Barack Obama Committee, which I served from the inception as a member and honorary chair of the committee. So thank you very much for your service, and I'll be working with you to search out all the different funding sources that we need to fund these signs on Highway 280. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Our next speaker is Helen Sims. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin. Helen, can you please unmute yourself? And we will come back to her. Next speaker is Alex Shore. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Hey, good morning again, supervisors. This is Alex Shore speaking now personally, not on behalf of any organization I'm with. I hope you saw my email late last week about this topic as one of the founders of the effort to get a street named after Barack Obama. Really, really important to continue to try and move forward with this. And I appreciate potential concerns from supervisors like Supervisor Smidian on why is the county paying for this and why is the amount so high? Those were questions sort of that rattled around a little bit in my head. I want to thank Supervisor Chavez. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for helping us move this across the finish line, for bringing up the issues of equity. I also want to just reinforce the point of what I think might appeal to all county supervisors, which is I'm driving along 280 now, north through downtown San Jose, and I come up on an exit called Bird Avenue. And on one side of the street, yes, is Bird Avenue. On the other side, as you get off the exit, is Barack Obama Boulevard. And that is not, that there is no signage that says that coming off the highway. So for the sake of drivers, both residents of the area and visitors, I think it's important, and I think it's reasonable for the county to be involved in trying to make sure that people can understand how to navigate through our county and our communities. So I think that's a good reason for the county to be involved in this. And we certainly appreciate the support and the help. We appreciate Senator Bell and Senator Cortese for their support of this and your consideration. It's been a real effort and a challenge to build a coalition of the willing, but we've been able to do it, and there's been a ton of community and government support. We hope this body can support it as well. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Tony Alexander. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Tony Alexander, a community leader here. First, I'd like to thank you for considering this. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez and the rest of the supervisors. We've been working on this coalition for a number of years, and we've had both the city of San Jose and state and county government leaders working with us. And so we would appreciate that we continue on with the things that we're trying to do here. Barack Obama Boulevard, it was a beautiful ceremony for opening that up, and we would like to make sure that we continue this. And as Alex Shore had mentioned, we would appreciate that. We'd like to see it also on 280, and whatever help that we can get will be great. So again, thank you, supervisors, and please vote yes in this consideration, and thank you again.
Next speaker is Milan Ballington. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Board of Supervisors. And thank you, Supervisor Chavez, for bringing this forward to be on the agenda. And thank you to the staff that are going to do research to figure out how can we make this possible. When I think about when the journey of starting to create Barack Obama Boulevard, I think back when I was a little Black boy, and I'm still sometimes on the inside, a little Black boy growing up and looking for examples that look like me. And the representation at the sign, some would just say, well, it's a sign and it's a lot of money, but representation matters. Signs and symbols matter. And I recall a quote by Barack Obama where he said, now as a nation, we don't promise equal outcomes, but we were founded on the idea that everybody should have an equal opportunity to succeed. No matter who you are, what what you look like.
Milan, you're echoing like in a tunnel. It's hard to understand you. Milan, can you hear me?
You can make it.
Milan, can you hear me? Nancy, would you try and reach?
Milan, we are having trouble with your audio. Are you still with us?
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Yes. Please continue if you wish. Nancy, let's leave Milan. If he comes back, let's give him a minute 6.
Okay. Milan, we'll come back to you in a bit. We'll go back to Helen Sims. Helen, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. Helen, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Thank you. When the vision for a major street to be named for President Obama was shared with the wider San Jose community, residents from East San Jose, West San Jose, downtown San Jose, and yes, Google, there was widespread support, happy support. The San Jose City Council unanimously voted to approve Barack Obama Boulevard. Our San Jose community generously donated to finance the Obama street signs. To our elected leaders and supervisors, we say thank you for your support. This morning, we ask for your support on this last phase, freeway signage. As the major city in Santa Clara County, the heart of Silicon Valley, our city deserves clarity and proper directions as we travel about. Proper freeway signage will provide that. And that is our ask today, freeway signage. It's not always easy to do what's right, but it is always right. Thank you in advance for your support for Barack Obama Boulevard signage.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Milan Ballington. I'm going to allow you to speak again. The timer will be set to a minute 6 to allow you to have your remaining time. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, don't worry, I'll have to get a new cell phone company, but now here I am. So what I am essentially saying to the board and to the staff is thank you for considering this, because all of the children, the families, when they see the sign that says President Barack Obama, that they will do the research and look at what his impacts were from a national level to locally here. But also it will serve as a reminder, as I was quoting him, is that it doesn't matter where you start, but it matters and determines where you end up. And that sign, when people see it, that it will remind them here in Santa Clara County of where they can go, regardless of their situation. But I thank you all for considering this, and the staff that is gonna do the work and the due diligence to make sure that they provide us with resources and information on how to make that best decision to put the signs on the freeway so everybody can see. When they come to Santa Clara County, come on, drive down to the Barack Obama Boulevard and see the beautiful city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Thank you very much. When we talk about the highways, what first thing comes to the equation is the California Transportation Commission, and as well as the Highway Authority. Now, what as a part of a freeway development, what is the common practice is that the boulevard is known to be the largest road. And when we have a largest road, something like what we have in Los Angeles, a Cesar Chavez Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, or any well-known institution or organization, they are being named, after it. Certainly, having it named as a Barack Obama Boulevard, it is a presidential nominee boulevard. In such that, the common practice is that the signs be placed, identical sign be placed on both the sides, and also these signs be recognized in a way after the president's work, that is required to be recognized in the county of Santa Clara. So I really wanted to thank you, Board of Supervisors, for acknowledging that, and as well as giving the emphasis on what is to be developed as a part of a freeways within the county of Santa Clara. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Walter Wilson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Good morning, President Wasserman, Board of Supervisors, and staff, and to Supervisor Chavez, thank you so much for moving this effort forward. You know, I tend to agree with everyone here that this is a very important effort to take place, but for some different reasons. I am the project manager for the African American Cultural Center project, which is a rebuilding of the new African American Community Service Agency. And I think it's very important that people of color, and particularly Black people, you know, have an understanding that we have a place here in Santa Clara County, and not just is it recognized by the board and the city, but it's shown in the symbols, and symbols matter, like Milan said. And I too share Alex Shore's vision that when you're driving up the street, I know Barack Obama Boulevard is there when I'm coming off the freeway. I just don't see it. And I think it's very important that not just African American people be proud of this, but all Americans be proud of the opportunity to highlight the first African American president in U.S. history as part of our city, as part of our county, and as part of our very presence. So I want to thank you for supporting this, and I look forward to assisting and moving this effort forward. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. I've got one comment I'll make if all other supervisors, I don't see any other hands up. A couple of things about this. It's been said already as far as not an effect on the general fund. The referral itself says to look for options for consideration relating for financial support. That's what's being asked of us today. I certainly think it's appropriate that MTC fund, backfill, do whatever you want to say to make this thing happen. What I am interested in hearing from staff when they report back to us, you know, when I get my registration stickers each year and I put them on my license plate, sometimes I scratch off the other stickers. Sometimes I just put the sticker right on top. I'm thinking in this day and age, the state, Caltrans, could simply print a sticker that they put over the existing one, as shown on page 96 and 97. They get a sticker and they just put it right on. That way, this should not cost $47,000 per sign to put a sticker over the existing one. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. I think I'm in the same thinking as you in terms of ways to find funding, and I'm very glad to see that Supervisor Chavez is able to made it clear that there will be general fund neutral, and clarifying that both funds will not be used for this. I do want to mention that we did receive a letter from my predecessor, now Senator Cortese, of some potential options that might be proposed through the state level as well, working through the MTC. So I just want to say I'm very excited about that. And along the way of thinking about what a sticker, the other thing is I do want the administration maybe to also report back any opportunities to align the work with the state's maintenance schedule for signage replacement to consolidate costs. Because if the signs were supposed to be replaced anyways, then the state can certainly print the new ones with the Barack Obama name on the sign. So I think those are ways that we can make this all work. So I just want to add that comment as well to make it. But at the end of the day, I really think this is extremely meaningful and worthwhile and significant. And as Mr. Wilson mentioned, the symbols do matter, and that people will be able to recognize this on the highway as well. So I certainly think this is something that our county can support. But certainly, given the fact that this is actually placed on the federal highway, we are not really, it's not like expressway, which is the county's responsible for putting signage. So I think having this option of finding fund from other sources certainly is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Chavez, a second by Lee. Any other comments by supervisors? Supervisor Lee, your hand is still raised. Your hand is down. Nancy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Samidian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg? Yes. And President Wasserman?
Aye. Okay, what I was looking at was breaking at 12:15, which is 20 minutes from now. My suggestion, we could break now and come back at 12:45, if that's all right with the board, or we can go to 12:15 and come back at 1. I don't see anybody saying one thing or the other. I would suggest then, Supervisor Lee, that we do items 17 and 18 now, the 2 resolutions, and then we break for lunch. Are you up to that?
Sounds good.
Okay. I'm going to go to item 17, and when we return from lunch, we'll go starting with item 14. Item 17 is adopting a resolution affirming the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights. And I need to say, I want to ask Nancy, there she is. Nancy, you are so good. Nancy has brought up one of the posters. There are several made in various different languages. But I want to say that this resolution is very near and dear to my heart. When the idea was introduced several years back, I knew it was something that our county needed. A Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights not only provides a specific list of nature-based activities, but it encourages experiences for all children and families in our community, regardless of their background, where they live, or what language they speak. It's about equity, and all children and families in our community should have access to the natural resources that our county has to offer. This was developed after a very thought-out process with much community engagement, including multilingual surveys, focus groups, and even jam boards. See how hip I am now? Even jam boards. So many individuals worked hard to make this happen. I would especially like to thank a few. That would be Dr. Lori Bostic-Kamen, who launched this idea in our county about 2.5 years ago. I also want to thank our public health department and our county parks team. Thank you all for making this happen in Santa Clara County, assuming there's the votes to do so, and it will be my honor to make the motion that we adopt this resolution affirming the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights. We will be, as usual, one of the very first counties in the nation to bring something good to the people we serve. All right, Vice President Ellenberg, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I'm very happy to second it and would like to just make a comment if that is your pleasure, President Wasserman.
Please, and Nancy, with your control of the boards, if you can get rid of me and bring up, you're one step ahead of me, Nancy. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please, Vice President Ellenberg.
I think every point on here is absolutely beautiful. The challenge of making it a reality is access. And what I'm interested in, and would be glad to hear your thoughts, President Wasserman, is yes, and what follows this Declaration of Rights? Are you recommending that the county allocate funding to help kids get outside, to increase access to our parks, where we do have some excellent educational programs, but so many schools don't have the funding for buses and field trips? Are we thinking more about supporting camps? It's as much as I love this, and I will absolutely vote for it today, it's almost painful to list all of these wonderful things and know that if we don't take some proactive action, a lot of kids are not going to be able to realize the vision in this beautiful document. So I would like to hear your thoughts about how we follow up.
Absolutely, and schools getting kids there and our parks being open. But I'm going to turn to Supervisor Lee right now for his thoughts.
Thank you. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you, Supervisor Wasserman, for bringing this important resolution forward for our children in our county. I would actually like to request to see if this is amenable to ask park staff to provide some type of off-agenda report to come back either in April, maybe by late April, to see if we could consider during the budget workshop the feasibility of hosting a free or discounted park admission day at our county parks periodically, monthly if we could afford it, or at least a couple of times a year throughout the parks that we have in our county. And because I surely believe that this would also encourage those in our community with children that might have financial barriers to access our park system, the opportunity to enjoy the community resource we have, and really align to the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights, and work with the school as well, as mentioned by Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. And I want to make the point that this is the first step. This is a launch pad that public health has created, that Parks obviously is a very important partner with. And I look forward to Vice President Ellenberg, excuse me, I look forward to public health coming back with ideas of how we can collaborate, how we can make access easier for those in our community where access is not easy. So this is simply the first step, and public health knows that. And I appreciate you, Vice President Ellenberg, specifying it. There is more to come, but this is the first step, having this for Santa Clara County.
I'm delighted to hear that, and we'll look forward to how we make sure children get to exercise these new rights, or these rights.
You got it. Thank you all. There's no public speakers, no other hands raised. Nancy, vote please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
President Wasserman?
Yes. Thank you very much. That was item 17. Supervisor Lee, I'm turning to you for item 18.
Thank you. The item 18 is the resolution to support the seamless transit principles aiming to achieve an integrated regional transit system. First of all, as we all know, public transportation is absolutely important to the future of Santa Clara County. It is key in reaching both our environmental sustainability goals and our equity goals. Santa Clara County is served by multiple agencies, including the VTA, Caltrain, BART, ACE, Capital Corridor, and our neighboring transit agencies of Samtrans, AC Transit, Santa Cruz Metro, as well as numerous private transportation operators such as the Mountain View Community Shuttle, Stanford Marguerite Shuttle, ACE Shuttles, just to name a few. However, despite these numerous transit providers and significant investment in our transit over the past several decades, the transit use here has never risen above 5% of commute trips. And this is why I brought this resolution forward to the board. Adopting this resolution would add our voice to over 20 other public entities and over 65 nonprofit and business organizations support the 7 key seamless transit principles. Because without the seamless, integrated, easy to use, and rider-focused transit system, we are not likely to see the increase in ridership we need as Santa Clara County continues to grow. And especially in light of the high prices of gas, the need for transportation and affordable public transportation that's efficient and seamless is even more important these days. So for these reasons, I urge an aye vote from my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Chavez?
Thank you. I will second the motion, but I want to add 2 components, Supervisor Lee, with your support. One is that, I think at a high level, these principles make a lot of sense. There are 2 issues that I want to bring up for my colleagues. One is that, I think it's very important that we can be accountable to the taxpayers of the particular regions that we're from. And one thing that's unique about Santa Clara County is that we really, I think we probably tax ourselves more than any other county relative to transportation. As an example, we are 56% of the sales tax that go into Caltrain. We're paying directly from our county, and we're paying directly from our county also. I think it's another $40 million a year for our BART contract, and we have low a low fare box recovery, but we have a high investment in terms of our buses. So what I would like to say is in the whereas column, the last whereas column, that we add that we have the ability to be accountable to taxpayers, and that that accountability also is reflected in whatever governance models go forward. And I think that's important, Supervisor Lee, because that all of the, as we're looking at the 9 Area counties, that the funding streams are so dramatically different that I want to make sure that we're just being mindful of our responsibilities and obligations to folks who voted for these taxes in our county.
Yes, thank you.
That was a yes from the motion maker. All right, I'll look to Supervisor Simitian now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to ask that in the final clause, the now therefore be it resolved, that we specifically call out the inclusion of the Valley Transportation Agency, VTA, among the groups. I know that the clause calls out the MTC and municipalities and other public agencies, but this is a resolution that I think really speaks to the transit agencies and the congestion management efforts, and both of those functions reside with VTA, as I know we all know. So I would just ask that after the words "the Metropolitan Transportation," comma, we insert the Valley Transportation Agency, parentheses, VTA, end parentheses, comma, and then pick it up again with municipalities. If that's okay with the maker and the seconder, I would appreciate just calling that out, because that's really where the work has to be done in our area.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Simitian. That's acceptable.
Thank you so much.
For the seconder, thank you. That is as well. Good catch.
Thank you. And we have those speakers. Supervisor Simitian, your hand is still raised. It is down. Nancy, roll call vote on 18, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes, as well. Thank you. We're now going to use this time. We're going to receive a report from County Executive and County Council, and that should do it. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I wanted to give the board an update on the COVID policy and administrative policy that was talked about during the public comment. We have been working on a new policy directed at going back to the situation that existed before the public health order identified special locations which could not be used by employees. And so we will have a policy out on Monday that'll take effect on Friday.
Awesome, thank you. Anything else, Dr. Smith?
I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Hands raised. Vice President Ellenberg.
Supervisor Chavez had her hand up first.
Oh, that's all right. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Smith, I wonder if you could say a little bit more about what kind of policy you're talking about, and to address some of the specific confusion. And I feel, personally very invested in the response here, because I have been assuring employees that have reached out that yes, we are working on getting folks back to work. You heard us at the last board meeting. Yes, of course, this is happening. And then to hear so many instances in which it is not happening leads me to need to clarify what category of employees, and focusing mostly on the healthcare and the healthcare, since that's where we're hearing from. What category of employees is actually being reviewed for return? And is there any subset that at this point is not being considered? I think that would help help allay some of the confusion that we heard referenced.
Dr. Smith?
Okay, let me try the best I can.
Thank you.
We had a policy before the latest health order that had to do with identifying working environments that were low, medium, and high risk for transmission. When the health order was instituted, a number of individuals who were in low and medium risk categories at the time were moved up to high because of the way the order required certain areas to not have employees that were unvaccinated. So, for example, janitors and fleet and facility workers in the hospital, we initially listed them as low or intermediate because they had very little contact with patients. But because the health order prohibited unvaccinated from working in the healthcare environment, they became high risk. So the change will go back to the status before the public health order, but there still will be individual jobs that are high risk. For example, nursing in neonatal intensive care unit or the critical care unit or the radiation oncology unit. All are areas where you certainly would not want to have someone who's unvaccinated working. So I think, you've heard from some of the nursing staff. There are currently about 47 nurses on unpaid leave. Not all of those nurses are on unpaid leave because of the health order or because of vaccination status. Some are on unpaid leave because of their refusal to fill out exemptions. So we're looking at those carefully to try to make sure that we get people matched with the right environment. But realistically, we cannot suggest that someone who's working in a neonatal intensive care unit should be unvaccinated, just like we wouldn't allow them to come to work if they had the flu or if they had some other contagious disease like tuberculosis or whatever. So that's why it took us some time to come up with the new order and evaluation.
And so the changes that you're contemplating in this new policy, is it clarifying what the current policy is, or are you going to make further changes?
There will be changes and we're going to clarify them. We're trying to get language that'll be unambiguous and clear. That's part of the reason why it took us a while, because there are a number of different situations in the county since we have so many businesses. Obviously, another one that's of concern is custody health, juvenile hall. We also have concerns about social services, individuals who are responsible for contact with children and families. So we're looking at all of the different business lines that the county deals with and concerned about areas where there would be high risk of transmission.
Got it. Thank you. Just one final question. Again, hearkening back to some of the things that we heard during public comment. Is it accurate that nurses at El Camino, Stanford, and Good Samaritan who are unvaccinated are working in NICUs and emergency rooms if they have religious exemptions?
I really can't speak to that. I've heard rumors that that is accurate, but I haven't investigated, so I don't know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the update. And I would encourage you, when the new policy is made available, to review it with representatives from the impacted groups to make sure that it's in fact as clear as you will seek for it to be.
Thank you.
We
Supervisor
certainly
Chavez.
will, because it's not uncommon that something that seems clear to us is not clear to others, but yes, we will do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Two issues that I would just want to add on. I'm presuming that that part of the document that you're developing is details the process by which the an individual gets evaluated for placement back into their jobs, and then also then what the options are for that placement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And then the second part of that is, will and do we now, and did we, well, maybe that's too confusing. I guess what I'm wondering is, what role does reasonable accommodation play in this situation, or should it play, or will it play?
It's still part of the policy that reasonable accommodation should be made for individuals who have exemptions. Part of the problem that occurred when the public health order was instituted was that reasonable accommodation options decreased significantly because of the limitations of working in the healthcare environment or in custodial environments. So now there'll be more options for reasonable accommodation.
And then last, I guess we have I'm a little concerned about, and I don't know if this is the case, Dr. Smith, are there, will the timeline for these address any outstanding issues relative to folks at risk of being fired?
For the group that's brought back, no. For the other groups, there's still the need to do a reasonable accommodation and evaluation. So if, for example, you're a nurse in the neonatal intensive care unit, there's that person, if there's no reasonable accommodation that they're willing to take, will be at risk.
I see what you're saying. What about, okay, so I hear what you're saying. I want to make sure that in areas, particularly I'm concerned about nursing, firefighting, and also the jails, and I understand the point you're raising about how you manage risk. In those instances, the process by which we're pursuing this means that we're not firing anybody right now, that you're going to go through a process with everybody who's on unpaid leave to determine placement for them. And then if placement can't be accommodated, to use just to use this shared language, then folks may be at risk of being fired.
Well, first of all, the fire department is different, and they've already brought back everyone because they felt that the environment was safe enough and they could make the living environment for the firefighters safe enough. So that's proceeding. In terms of the county structure, you're right. The individuals will have an opportunity to have reasonable accommodation if there's a possibility for that. If not, they go through the Skelly process, which is a hearing process which allows for additional review and input. And if at the end of the Skelly process, there's not either a vaccination or a reasonable accommodation found, then at that point, they're at risk for discipline.
And then my last question is, Dr. Smith, could you affirm the total number of employees that fall into this category, in particular in maybe with the 4 largest employment groups, 4 or 5 largest employment groups? that can be off agenda. I don't think you would know it off the top of your head, but I am curious about where these folks sit and, you know, what are the most impacted
Right.
Most impacted classifications. Thank you.
The number has been changing significantly. So I would get you an off agenda report to try to do that, because I don't want to just pick a number.
Yeah, I didn't want to, my goal's not to, my goal's just to get it accurately. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just remind everybody, this says we can't give direction on something since this item is not agendized. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is up. I presume you're going to put that down. Supervisor Lee, your hand is up, and let's finish with your comments, then we'll go to James.
Sure. I don't believe we have agendized today for Dr. Cody to speak, so I just want to mention those issues with Dr. Smith regarding the latest numbers we're looking at. The BA2 variant seems to be rapidly increasing and is shown to be over 50% more transmissible, looking like there's another wave coming. But the word out there is that we shouldn't be as worried because that so many people have been vaccinated. As I was born in Hong Kong, when I look at the Hong Kong death rates, it's surprising to see that a place that's done really, really well for a long time suddenly have a substantially increasing death rates. And that's due to the fact that there are many older individuals and immunized compromised individuals did not get vaccinated early on. And now that these new variants are coming, it certainly is causing the death rate to spike. I just want to mention that, and I know Dr. Smith is very much aware of it. I just want to make sure that we are getting ready to prepare for it in face of the fact that we are just, having this relaxed face mask mandate. And folks are now certainly gathering more and more. So to make sure that we are going to be ready for the uptick that will be coming through. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor, maybe I can comment a little bit on that since it is related. That certainly is a concern. You'll notice that in the United Kingdom and, like you said, Hong Kong and a few other areas around the world, they're having new spikes, and we tend in this country to follow those patterns. And even though we in this county have done a tremendous job, the citizens have, for the most part, gotten vaccinated. They've been very good with shelter in place and distancing. Despite all of that, the unvaccinated population, which includes kids, and the minimally vaccinated, which includes elders, are still at risk. And so the pandemic's not over worldwide, and it's not over in this county because it's not over worldwide. So we're very, very, very concerned about that. And new variants are coming around on a regular basis. You mentioned one of them. There's others that are growing, and so we're watching for that.
Thank you. Anything else, Supervisor Lee?
That's all. Thank you very much.
Hopefully our vaccines are effective and life-saving. And whenever we're supposed to get another vaccine, I'll be in line. All right, that's the report from County Exec. I now turn to County Council, then we will break for lunch from 12:30 to 1:15.
Thank you, President Wasserman. There were no reportable actions taken at the closed session meeting of March 21, 2022, and that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Lee, on item 22, do you just want to make a motion for the $1,250 and we'll cross that one off?
You read my mind, President Wasserman.
Second, Chavez.
Oh, I think you're muted, President Wasserman.
I am. Thank you very much. All right. Motion by Supervisor Lee, second by Chavez. We're on item 22. No public speakers on that item. Nancy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Hi.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes, thank you. Nancy, will you please confirm, we'll come back to, excuse me, we'll come back to 14, then 16, and then go with 26?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, you read my mind because I was trying to make sure I was clear about what was on our to-do list when we came back. So we will come back for 14 and then 16 because item 15 was approved on consent, yes.
Correct.
And then item 17, we have already taken up. And item 18, we've already taken up.
We're going to jump to 26, Supervisor.
All right. So that means 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 have all been satisfactorily concluded. Yes, Mr. Chair?
Yes, they have, either by consent or public discussion.
All right. Then thank you very much. I will carry on with that understanding. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We return with number 14, Pete Rose's number. We're adjourning now until 1:15.
Recording stopped.
All right, Nancy, are you there?
I sure am.
Wonderful. Let's see what we've got here. We got our VP, we got Soup Lee,
Recording in progress.
and we're missing one supervisor now. There's Supervisor Simidian. We just need Supervisor Chavez, and when she arrives, Nancy, if you'll take a roll call vote, please. Excuse me, if you'll take an attendance roll. Just to confirm we're all here. And there she is. Nancy, go right ahead.
Supervisor Lee,
Lee present.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
President Wasserman.
I'm here as well. And apparently Caltrans is doing work on 17, very close to Los Gatos. Supervisor Simidian, you should look into that. All right. Item 14 is a referral by Supervisors Chavez and Lee. Please take it away. Supervisor Chavez.
Great, thank you so much. And I want to start by thanking Supervisor Lee for joining me on this referral. This is a request to administration to extend the current contract for Viet Tute through the end of the current fiscal year, and to bring this item back as part of the budget process for options for consideration relating to continued funding through 2023. Colleagues, I'm going to give you a little bit of background and just share kind of the challenge we're having here with this program. In 2017, Viet Tute began serving hot meals to approximately 300 clients a day. A recent staff assessment revealed that these are unduplicated clients not receiving nutrition from any other site. And here's what's really important about this. If you'll recall, originally we were going to transition everybody who was getting meals at Viet Tute to move over to the VASC. And actually the programs are pretty close together. However, the VASC Senior Nutrition Program is operating at a maximum capacity of 500 meals per day, 6 days a week, with 1,600 clients registered for the program, and they have a daily wait list for meals today. Therefore, transitioning the 300 additional clients to the VASC will be impossible. The nearest other location is a senior nutrition program located at 7 Trees that serves between 100 and 150 meals per day, and they can't absorb the other 300 clients. Viet Tute operates a unique Vietnamese-focused vegan meal program to seniors and adult dependents who have found comfort not just in the food, but also in the location. So ending the program now will exacerbate the problem that we're just trying to alleviate with the introduction of the new meal programs that are culturally responsive, nutritious, and delivered in a language accessible and culturally appropriate manner. I hope my colleagues will join Supervisor Lee and I in supporting food accessibility to the most vulnerable seniors in our community.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. And Supervisor Lee, did you wish to add any comments?
Yes, sure. I'll be happy to support. So first of all, I thank Supervisor Chavez for putting forth this important referral. As we know, the language barrier, isolation, and depression are the biggest issues among the Vietnamese American community. And the programs like Viet Tute Senior Nutrition Program is very much needed in our community, especially during these pandemic times. As you have heard from Supervisor Chavez has noted, that the other senior nutrition program in the area cannot absorb the clients served by the Viet Tute program. And Viet Tute has successfully served seniors through the senior nutrition program in the area by providing safe and healthy environment for seniors to basically step out of their homes, take the bus, walk to the site, meet friends, eat healthy food, and enjoy the day. Senior residents are looking forward to the county to continue supporting this great program. So I certainly urge my colleagues to support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no members of the public wishing to speak. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Oh, now we have 2 members of the public. Nancy, let's let them in for 2 minutes each.
Okay. Our first speaker is Heidi Owens. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
That was a mistake. Sorry.
No problem. Next
Okay.
speaker.
Our next speaker is Administrator. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking. and you have been muted. You may begin. Administrator,
No, let's go to the next speaker.
that concludes our public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion, we have a second. Nancy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you very much. It just amazes me now as we go down this agenda, and we just keep coming up with the money for these things. It's amazing, amazing, amazing. Item 16 is a referral by Supervisors Simidian and Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the referral clarifies the request and the need sufficiently. I want to thank Supervisor Chavez for her co-sponsorship on this item. I want to point colleagues to the relatively recently arrived letters of support, both from the Health Trust and from ACCI, as well as Ms. Fong. And I will move approval and ask for a second.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez? Is the
Thank you.
Good. We don't have any members on this. No other comments. Nancy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you. And as Supervisor Simidian and I discussed shortly before our lunch recess, we now move on to item number 26. And 26 is to consider recommendations relating to the use of automated license plate readers in the city of Saratoga. We're going to hear from Supervisor Simidian or from Captain Urena. Good afternoon, Captain. Please, Supervisor Simidian, what would you like on this?
I would like to hear the presentation from Captain Urena and then see if we have any members of the public who would like to speak on this item.
Good enough.
And then we can take it from there. Thank you.
Yep, Captain.
Yeah, good afternoon, President Wasserman, Vice President Ellenberg, Supervisors. I hope you're all doing well this Tuesday afternoon. I don't have a presentation for you. I'm here to answer any questions that the board may have in regards to the agenda item.
Thank you. I appreciate your being here. Nancy, will you please allow our speakers in for up to 2 minutes each?
Our first speaker is Urvish Kumar Mehta. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, the Board of Supervisors. I wanted to mention about the agenda item number 26 about the automated license plate. As it is known that the California Motor Vehicle Department and as well as the California Department of Motor Vehicles, both of them have already mandated the requirement for the automated license plate back in 2016, and as well as having the license plates be embossed such that they can be reviewed and be identified by the law enforcement agency. It is also equally important to mention that some of the license plates, there are still some of the vehicles which are still imposing the ban license plates, because the reason that they have been utilizing the license plate which are either personalized or customized. They are sometimes not being known to the law enforcement agency and also are easily replaceable through the fraudulent activities. Such license plate numbers are not recorded. It is not a common practice nowadays that such kind of items are being captured very easily. But however, it is very important that if it is being mandated within the city of Saratoga, it is equally important to be mandated in every city within the county of Santa Clara, as well as it is important it is also important to remember that when we talk about the license plate, there are also renewals associated with that. Those are the stickers are also required to be identified when the license plates are being scanned by the law enforcement agencies. So moreover, this mandate were already approved back then. I think it is a more of understanding that it is required to be implemented in a way that the law enforcement agency programs can identify the fraudulent license plates. Thank you very much for consideration of comments.
Thank you. All right, and the captain is there available to us. We're done with public speakers. I'm turning back to Supervisor Simidian. And there's Sheriff Smith. Hello there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. Let me first say thank you to Captain Urena and the Sheriff's Department for working so well with the City of Saratoga and Privacy Office and the County Council. So I think this comes to us with the best possible language and presentation so that we've got issues resolved already. I would just ask if Captain Urena could commit, as they were kind enough to do on the Los Altos Hills case, that when they come back with the annual report, the impact report at the end of the year, that we have a very clear and specific assessment of the impact and benefits of using the technology. One of the sort of foundations of this work is that our board stops, has these conversations, and we ask ourselves, all right, to the extent that there is some potentially concerning impact on privacy and due process, is it in fact outweighed by the public benefit? I have indicated previously, I'm not really sold on the efficacy of automated license plate readers. And I know folks in these communities have made the judgment that at their cost, they'd like to acquire the technology and use it. I'm prepared to support that again today, as I have in the past. But I do want to know at the end of each year, so to what benefit? So Captain, is that something we can just get you on the record real quickly to say, sure, happy to provide that when you come back?
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Absolutely. We also recognize that there are some privacy concerns that folks may have, so we're prepared to come back to the board with a pretty thorough report on really what transpired in the entire year.
Great, thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just say, the report from the department says that they've had a benefit or an impact in a number of recent law enforcement investigations. It looks to me like that's been a couple. I want to just ask that we not sort of overstate the case. I take the point that a couple is better than not having the tool at all in the view of the folks who are using it. So, but I do think it'll be helpful to have that. All of that being said, I think we've got 4 things to do. Item 26, A, B, C, D. Receive the report, approve the use policy, adopt the findings, and approve the memorandum. And I am prepared to move approval and ask for a second.
I'll second that. Thank you very much. In Los Gatos now, they don't give out guest parking anymore. It goes on to your rear view mirror. The license plate reader just goes up and down the streets. And if you want to have a guest come over, you enter that guest's license plate number into Los Gatos's computer system. And then the person giving out tickets knows that that car that they're driving by has a permit in the system. So they're being used in a myriad of different ways. Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, that's interesting and not creepy at all. So I wanted to just do a follow-up question for the Sheriff's Department, and that is that, as different jurisdictions are utilizing this tool, I mean, they're all part of, I know we have individual contracts with them. And so what I just want to make sure is that the way this works is because we have an individual contract. This is an individual body of work that is attached between the Sheriff's Department and each city.
Yep.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Chavez. That's correct. So we do have 3 contracts to provide police services. That's the Town of Los Altos Hills, City of Cupertino, and the City of Saratoga. And so this request is specific to the City of Saratoga.
Thank you. And that kind of brings me to my other question, and this is really about Cupertino and the unincorporated areas. What would, and I realize that we would be responding to the City of Cupertino just based on the relationship that that we have with the other two locations. But I guess what I'm wondering is, as it relates to the unincorporated area and as it relates to just training and utilization of this tool, is this something that you would be evaluating to bring back to the board to look at for the unincorporated areas? And if so, would you be waiting a year or two to see how this works in the towns that are currently using the tool?
Thank you for that question again. We have had requests from our residents in the unincorporated areas in regards to this particular system. And so that is something we're going to look at in the near future. In terms of the city of Cupertino, I don't want to speak for the city, but they did show interest in this system as well. So that's something that I believe the council has on the work plan. I may be wrong. I know the Public Safety Commission did have it on the work plan. So that's something that we will continue to work on moving forward.
Part of the colleagues, part of what prompted my question is that we have some areas up in the East Foothills where we've had particular challenges. Actually, Supervisor Lee, I don't now know whose district it is, so I apologize if I'm getting into yours, but because I have to look at the lines again. But up in the East Foothills, you may recall where we've had folks with issues with not just speeding, but other kind of risky behaviors on the really windy roads up
in the Sierra Road.
Yeah, thank you. Sierra's one, and also the other one that just comes off of Alum Rock too, where we have a lot of cyclists.
Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. And so I was just curious about whether or not this is a tool we would consider in those areas, and if so, when you would be bringing them back. And frankly, if the problems that we're seeing in those communities can be addressed by this. I don't even know if it's a right fit for the right tool. It's just a question that I'm asking you all if where that falls in the consideration. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. And I see a couple of other hands have gone up now. Vice President Ellenberg and then Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Chavez, I heard you say a little bit creepy. And I still have concerns about the technology. I think that we absolutely need to be increasing safety on our roads. I strongly support the Vision Zero. I'm not convinced that the cameras are the best way to do it, given the potential misuse and disproportionate misuse. I tend to prefer physical things that we can do, barriers, things to prevent the sideshows and and drag races, speed bumps, all of those other pieces. But I think that there really should be consideration of methodology other than the surveillance. So I'm going to abstain on the vote today. I understand that a lot of cities want it. It is their independent prerogative, but I'm not comfortable voting in favor of it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I agree. The city of Saratoga wants it, and I happen to be a fan, but we have difference of opinions. Supervisor Smitty, and your hand is still raised?
Yes, actually, it's been re-raised, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for calling on me. I just want to make a couple of comments and clarifications as somebody who's spent a fair amount of time on these policies, and it's really helpful, frankly, to have the board share their various thoughts and opinions and clear range of views. Captain Urena, my recollection is that the cost of the technology is actually borne by the cities that are requesting it, yes?
That's correct, Supervisor.
And I mention that, colleagues, because our ordinance comes into play because of the fact that we are in a contract with these communities, and they have essentially asked our sheriff's department as a contractor to use the technology that the cities themselves are making the decision to acquire at their own cost. And that may be relevant if this issue ever returns to us with respect to pretty much anywhere else other than Cupertino, meaning the incorporated areas, because then the cost benefit analysis has to include the fact that there is a cost to the taxpaying public of our county that we would have to consider in a way that is somewhat different than the judgment exercised by a local city council on behalf of their taxpayers in the Los Altos Hills or Saratoga or potentially Cupertino. I also think it's important to point out that we've sort of quickly had probably half a dozen different use scenarios that we've just talked about. Well, what about here? What about there? How about using them this way? How about using them that way? Again, that's one of the reasons why, I pushed the ordinance back in the day, was just to make sure we had those conversations. And I think what we would discover if we had them, in the future about other possible uses is that each one is a little bit different, if not outright unique. So what might be appropriate in one venue is a little different in another venue. Supervisor Wasserman, who was kind enough to second the motion, reference to use in Los Gatos, which if I understand it correctly, and that's accurate, Supervisor Chavez, I had kind of the same reaction you did. And not to put words in anybody's mouth, but, all due respect, I don't think folks should have to tell a government agency who's spending the night at their house, to be quite blunt about it. So I think, as I say, it's a case-by-case matter. I appreciate the conversation. Again, thanks to the Sheriff's Department. The reason this one is easier, even though we're spending a little time on it, Supervisor Wasserman, is because Los Altos Hills was the first of our contract cities, Captain Urena, to sort of say, we'd like to do that. We were able to work through a lot of these issues with them. So when it was time for the second city to decide they wanted to step up and in, we had already addressed many of those issues. And I do just want to reassure folks that the language of the use policy very specifically limits in paragraph 2 what the authorized uses are. There are 6 bullet points, and then goes on to talk about the fact that all other uses not referenced shall be prohibited. Also talks about the fact that live video, vehicle speeds, and audio shall not be provided or recorded. And perhaps most important to me is the fact that the data is purged no later than 6 months. I have always had a concern about creating a database of the movements of law-abiding citizens that lasted perpetuity. We are not countenancing that here. In fact, it's a 6-month retention period at max. And I think I will say thank you to you, Supervisor Wasserman, for the second, and ask for an aye vote.
I think we're pretty close to that. Nancy, fire away.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez. Yes. Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
I'm abstaining.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now turn to item number 27.
And Supervisor Wasserman, I think if I may lean in on this, I think this one's a bit easier because to everybody's credit, folks in the privacy office and the county counsel's office and others worked a while back. Colleagues, you all were required to have a uniform policy to cover all of these various cameras. So we've been there, done that, and the possible actions are A and B to adopt the findings and approve the activation. I am prepared to move approval and thank everyone who was involved.
Thank you. I'll second that as well. We have no public speakers. Any more discussion? Seeing none. Nancy, vote please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now go on to item 28. We should have our CEO of the SCVMC, and that would be PEL, giving the monthly report on the VHHP.
Paul is,
Oh, it's Selena.
is not- hi. Hi. Good
Selena.
afternoon, President Wasserman, members of the board. Celine Ho, Health Center Manager for the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program.
Yes.
In your board packet, we have responses to the board referral regarding Teresa House on the Hill and our progress to streamline access to the substance use disorder treatment. VHHP and the Behavioral Health Department worked really closely together to develop a new workflow for direct referrals into the Teresa House. The team also met with Teresa House and the management there to let them know the new process. And so we'll be starting to do those direct referrals and as well as monitor and track those referrals to make sure it's working as planned. And then in regards to streamlining some of their substance use disorder treatment, the team, VHHP and Behavioral Health are also going to start meeting monthly to identify some short-term strategies to address some of the access barriers that were identified. And finally, you also have for your approval the sliding fee discount policy for the homeless population. This is part of the HRSA requirements to review this policy annually and to ensure that we minimize the financial barriers for our homeless individuals. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Celine. Very clear, very concise. Members, we're being asked simply to approve the report and approve the sliding fee discount program. And I saw Vice President Ellenberg's hand up first, and then Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Lee. A lot of hands. Vice President.
Just one second here again. Thank you, Celine, for the report. I want to express appreciation for behavioral health and the VHHP staff for your responsiveness to address the issues of unhoused patients who are seeking substance use treatment at Parisi and other programs. This type of collaboration across the county organization to implement solutions is exactly what is needed in our county's resolution, needed in response to our county's resolution declaring a public health crisis for mental health and substance use disorder. Just as COVID was a whole of county response, rather than assigning responsibility to the public health department alone, I want to make sure that we are expanding these opportunities to activate providers across our systems of care to work with behavioral health, including VHHP, VMC, Office of Supportive Housing, SSA, and others. Regarding the specific processes VHHP and behavioral health are putting in place to streamline referrals, I would be interested in having a future VHHP report out on changes in utilization at Parisi and other SUTS providers, so that we can do a pre-post evaluation of the changes. Does August make sense, Celine? Is that enough time to see results and report back to the board?
Yes, I think August is enough time for us to do that.
Great. I'll look forward to seeing how effective we're becoming. Thank you so much.
Vice President Ellenberg, was that a motion to approve with your added direction?
In fact, it was. Thank you.
It was. Supervisor Chavez, did you like what you heard?
I did. I had just a couple of questions for Celine on this. Celine, what are the other partners besides the Parisi House that you're looking at with behavioral health for homeless folks?
I think this one, the Parisi House, and we've also looked at Mariposa, but I don't believe that that is under behavioral health contracted providers to house our homeless pregnant women. We are also working with Office of Supportive Housing in order to prioritize some of our homeless pregnant women through some additional funding that the Office of Supportive Housing has.
What about just for the homeless community in general, in terms of access to services for drug and alcohol treatment?
Yeah, I think that's something that we're working through with behavioral health to identify some of the facilities that can be used to house some of the substance use treatment facilities. And so we'll be bringing back some of that information. And so we're starting to work with behavioral health on some of those in the coming months.
You know, one of the requests that I would like to make on this is that I think just a couple of ideas. One is that I think this would actually be a very good conversation to have with reentry as well. And part of the reason is that these are the same folks that keep getting caught in our web of being in custody because we don't really have placement. And I imagine that there's some set of people that we just need placement for. And the second thing, colleagues, I just to sunshine this, that, you know, off and on, we've had conversations with the city of San Jose, even on our recovery center, about whether or not the recovery center is actually quite responsive enough to folks. And one challenge, for example, is at the reentry center in our recovery center, if you try to come over there, you need to be brought in by a police officer. So if you want to recover yourself, you have to get a police officer to bring you in instead of being able to walk in. And so I know we're trying to really remove barriers so people aren't waiting on computers and they're not waiting on phones. They can actually just walk in. But one thing that that I'll just sunshine for my colleagues is that I'm very interested in looking at targeted services for the population that we're seeing cycle in and out of custody for drug and alcohol needs, and very interested in looking at what we can do, what's the fastest way we can expand services to the homeless population. And in particular, colleagues, one concern that I have is that we have a policy, as you all know, of housing first, which I think is the right model, absolutely. But the challenge is that when folks are moving into a new location with the housing first model, you have people that are in very different places in their sobriety and with the services they're receiving. And so one of the opportunities that I'm hoping, Celine, you and the Behavioral Health Department get a chance to dive into is how do we create clean, sober living environments for folks who are really interested in that as their entree into other services, and what opportunities are we learning from the modular developments that can be applied to this area of work, so that we might be able to build something out relatively quickly with a high enough number of beds, but still have a therapeutic environment. So I'm hoping that that will be on your discussion. I know that will be something I bring back to the board in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
And Supervisor, I need a second for Vice President.
Oh, second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I'm very encouraged to hear about the development of the work group that will look into the same-day placement options for patients seeking treatment for substance abuse. Those seeking help for addiction treatment needs to be captured at the right moment. And as relating to the work we're doing on the bed tracking, I would expect that this work group will work closely with the BHSD on identifying the available bed slots, hopefully in real time soon. To reiterate a point I made during the FGOC meeting last week, I formally requested the administration to incorporate all the functions of the new backing tracking system, Merlin, used in LA County, into our BHSD's pilot bed tracking systems. And one of the functions of Merlin system, of course, includes being a truly comprehensive bed registry solution. So I look forward to the day when our improvements in bed tracking will support our county's efforts to create same-day placement options for individuals who are willing and ready to enter treatment immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Celine, thank you. And Supervisor Lee, your hand is still raised. Did I cut you off?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no public speakers. We have a motion and a second. Nancy, a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes, as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We're now going to hear from Renee Santiago and Michelle De La Calle.
Yes.
An update on expansion of the Universal Screening Initiative.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. President. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. President and Board of Supervisors. We have Michelle De La Calle, who's really been working directly with our partners to advance this initiative that's been a longstanding priority for you and the board in terms of expanding universal behavioral health screenings here in our community. So Michelle is here to give you the latest update.
Great. Thank you, President Wasserman and the Board of Supervisors. Michelle De La Calle, Director of the Office of System Integration and Transformation for the Health System. Based on the forward thinking of the board, your leadership and focus on the children and families in our community, we're grateful for the opportunity to present our report on the expansion of the Universal Screening Program. The work and referral allowed us to investigate and integrate further the services that we're providing and look at our current state and how we're going to further support the children and families of the Santa Clara County. As noted in the written report, we are on track with the timeline for expanding our work along the Healthy Steps model in partnership with First Five and UCSF. And we will be starting with One Valley Health Center. We're going to implement a tiered system of response for a standard visit protocol and increasing to warm handoff with embedded behavioral health provider and navigation staff in the clinic site. This will support in real time the patient and family as needed, including the caregivers. Additional appointments would be scheduled and referrals made as indicated by the specific individual situation and needs. During this period of time, we will partner with the cohorts of clinics identified through First Five and determine the right phased approach for all VSC clinics serving the pediatric populations and we will develop strong workflows for a warm handoff, navigation, and reimbursement. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We don't have any members of the public wishing to speak. Vice President Ellenberg, your hand is raised.
It is. Thanks, Michelle. I really appreciate the effort the VMC admin and clinical teams have put into this project. I'm certainly excited to see implementation start soon at Tully. As you mentioned briefly, the project has had significant support from First Five, Santa Clara Family Health Plan, and Anthem to launch an initial cohort of 7 to 10 clinics with financial support of the training and technical assistance and evaluation that would be needed in fiscal 23. And while the county certainly has a role as a participant in this cohort at the Tully site, my original referral had also called on county staff in our health and hospital system to play a co-leadership role in the implementation of the cohort, following the same model that was used back in 2013 with the Universal Developmental Screening Initiative that was launched by my predecessor, Supervisor Ken Yeager. I know certainly that there have been significant staff changes both in the county and First Five teams since that time, but I'd like to direct again administration to take several actions to shore up the county's leadership role in this project. Number one, for county staff, First Five, Santa Clara Family Health Plan, and Anthem to revisit the timing and makeup of the planned cohort and consider a schedule of phasing in sites in 2 or 3 rounds rather than all sites initiating on July 1st. Number two, if the county is only ready to implement at Tully by July 1st, I'd like to ensure that resources are built into either out of are built in either out of the current year resources or fiscal 2023 budget to support the service implementation costs, which is primarily embedded behavioral health staff, so that community clinics are able to join the cohort. And third, I'd like us to get an off-agenda report in May, please, on the approach to cohort timing, makeup, and funding agreed to with First Five and the partners I named before, to be followed by a report to the board in October on progress at the Tully Clinic and recommendations for expansion. And that would be my motion. Michelle, if anything wasn't clear, you have questions about that, I would be delighted to answer them.
I think on item 2, Supervisor Ellenberg, if you could clarify the resources built in to support in the cost and where you, the full complement of that.
Sure, either and that I'll ask for you to come back with recommendations, but resources either from our current year or to make sure that this goes into the fiscal 2022-2023 budget to make sure that we are supporting the service implementation costs.
For the VSC clinics?
For so the community clinics are able to join the cohort. Yeah.
Yep. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg, we hear you clearly. What we'll do, since our understanding, a lot of the initial costs is around training and education, and obviously getting our pediatricians certified by the state. And there's some reimbursement that flows as a result of implementing some of these initiatives. So what we probably owe you is an analysis of how much is the reimbursement. Many of us, as you know, are FQHCs, cost-based reimbursement, and the population would qualify for the full reimbursement through Medi-Cal, but we need to give you that analysis. And then there's any gaps, we'll definitely make it known.
Thanks, Renee. And we know that we have financial buy-in and support that First Five has gathered. So let's make sure that we're also not leaving resources on the table that have already been made available to us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would ask for a second on my motion, please.
I'll second it. And I have some additions that I'd like to add.
Supervisor Ellenberg, was that the extent of your questions and comments?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. We need to bring Google in here is what we need. Supervisor Chavez, you're next.
Thank you. First of all, I again, I want to thank you for adding the history, because you can see just the layered approaches that the board's taken, because this has had there's been an overall interest in terms of how do we really get engaged with children at the earliest opportunity to provide the most support to them. And so I think this is a very, very exciting direction. Just to clarify for me, I'm having a hard time understanding this relative to the other center that's going to be opening up in June. Could one of you maybe talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, but the way I would characterize this is more of an outpatient ambulatory primary care based model that we're trying to implement to capture as early as possible as many kids. Many of the cases that we anticipate that will be identified are borderline cases. So they may not manifest themselves during the primary care visit, but we'll need a deeper assessment before referring them to the specialty mental health system or the Specialized Children's Center of Excellence. So this would be the at the front end, if you could think of it that way, that captures a lot more kids. As you know, kids come in regularly as part of the well child visits. So we want to add this evidence-based clinical early identification and intervention as part of that process. And then, of course, be able to identify as early as possible as many of the kids that need help.
So what I think might be of assistance is if we could do a little bit of a workflow on the report back. And the reason is, let me tell you the three programs that were all in my head at the same time. One is, I know we're not going to be using KidScope, that we're going to be using the Advocacy Center for the higher need once we identify a higher need child. I recognize and appreciate these are going to be at clinics, at their well visit clinics, but even before that, we are investing some resources in Healthier Kids to do these even pre-screenings with a medical professional, with a doctor and a social worker. And so what I'm really wanting to understand is how does the expansion of the service mean that it will be easier for a family to get through the layers to move to where the resource they need. That's kind of one issue that I want to make sure I understand. The second is that I do just want to emphasize something that has become more and more painfully clear to me. And the reason I'm asking about Healthier Kids in particular is that the partnership and relationship we have with the schools is so critical to making sure that children get the services they need. And frankly, the San Andreas Regional Center, it just is one example. We have others where children can go to get services, but I think having the workflow and then the buy-in, almost MOUs, and I want to go back to the point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised about the partnership, the deep and meaningful partnership with First Five and our community clinics, but we have other players that we need to really buy in, because essentially if we do this right, we're going to be sending more children to get more services at an earlier, at a sooner level, both to the schools, the San Andreas Regional Center. And I forgot the third location that I'm thinking about that's actually on the VMC campus, where high need children are getting served over off of, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of it, but I know it's a partnership between the state of California and the County Office of Ed. So I would really appreciate being able to see the workflow. And then does that make sense?
No, absolutely. We'll represent it visually, so that way you can figure out not only the different ages and stages of children from 0 to 5, but then also when they reach school age.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that you just raised the right point, and that's one of the reasons I'm so excited that First Five is playing a leadership role, because they're obviously, this is their area of expertise. But I also think that, the reason I'm kind of leaning in on Healthier Kids is I know they're even doing an even more, what I would call an even more initial screening. And so I just want to make sure I understand where all these screenings are in one place. And then again, if we can't understand the flow of how a family will use this, then no one can. So that's really the goal. This is really great work, and I'm really excited about it. And Supervisor Ellenberg, I'm really glad you're keeping your finger on the pulse of this body. So, so this is really, really great work. Thank you, Michelle, and thank you very much, Renee. And I appreciate the point you raised about, just maybe this won't be a question for today, but one thing when this comes back, I do think that understanding the changes that we anticipate happening at the state relative to the new insurance models, how they will or won't impact our ability to provide service. I don't think that the jury is, I mean, in my mind, the jury is still out on how those insurance products are, what they're going to pay for, how much they're going to pay for it, all of that, and who they'll pay. And so I recognize that some of the system will have to be malleable enough to address that sustainability. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. Let me go back, if I may, to Supervisor Ellenberg through the chair. And Supervisor Ellenberg, thank you for your reference to the importance of including the community clinics once we get past the Tully experience. And I just wanted to make sure I understood the inclusion that is now part of a motion, which is essentially that after we've learned from our hopefully good experience at Tully, that as we go forward and expand these efforts, we will be looking to community clinics, not just county clinics. Did I get that right through the chair?
Yes.
Okay. And Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez as maker and seconder, can I just ask that we include the phrase throughout the entire county in that direction? I think I see an affirmation there. And my reason, of course, is we've got still in some significant parts of the county, including my district, as reconstituted, no county clinics, which means we rely on our community-based clinics, as much, if not more, than in other parts of the county that are served by county clinics. And so, Mr. Santiago, thank you. I'm looking to you because I know, for example, the work that Ravenswood Clinic does in my district now, having picked up the Mayview operations in both Mountain View and Palo Alto and Sunnyvale in Supervisor Lee's district. So it's going to be important that we look at how we can make sure that these screenings get to places that are not served by our own county infrastructure, and that we work with and through our community clinics, and again, throughout the entire county. I appreciate the fact that my colleagues are willing to incorporate that quite specifically in the direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions to ask staff. Is based on a report that indicates that more than 18,000 children in the county have developmental delays that go unidentified until they entered kindergarten, which of course is very late. Is that 18,000 number the current number, or is it the number back in 2013 that's described when Supervisor Yeager identified this problem?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lee. Yes, that is back in 2013 on the initial.
Good.
Referral.
And would you say, what do you think would be our current number at this point?
That's something that we would definitely have to do some investigation into, see where the initial number was drawn and see if there's new data and information on that from the community side.
The expectation is that with UDSI, this should have improved significantly, correct?
That would be the hope, that it would have improved with the initial round of screening started back in 2013, based on the 2013 referral.
Right, from 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The referrals coming from healthcare providers, other than the PCP as stated, do we know who they are?
Yeah, so when a referral comes in that is from a healthcare provider that we cannot clearly identify as a primary care physician, so it could be somebody else in their clinic setting that is submitting the referral, that would be identified as somebody other than the PCP because we cannot make the direct link to the PCP.
Okay. And then the report in the Margolis et al. Study mentions that the majority of the infant to 5-year-old services targeted caregiver or family well-being as a mechanism for supporting healthy child development and mental health. Do we have a system in place to measure or treat the caregiver mental health, say other than the proposed ACS screening?
The current screening processes that are in place in the clinic settings do include some caregiver screening in line with the screening for developmental. So there are currently some screenings in place. The current process will hopefully enhance that a bit on the first appointments, and that warm handoff will also enhance that to the behavior embedded staff.
Okay, all right. Good, okay, and that's the questions I have, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So we have the original motion by Vice President Ellenberg, second by Chavez, and no more speakers. Oops, we've got hands gone back up. Vice President Ellenberg.
I just want to clarify here because we've kind of morphed into the school age population. The focused effort here is intended to really be on the 0 to 5 population, and in response to Supervisor Simidian and the conversation around the community clinics, absolutely they should be a part, and the vision really should be that the 7 to 10 clinics in the cohort should be a mix of community-based, possibly even private in-network with Santa Clara Family Health Plan. I just want to keep us focused a little bit because there are so many good and broad ideas that are brought up.
Thank you. I think that's been heard. No other hands, so I'm going to jump in here. Nancy, take a vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Aye. Thank you very much. We're now going to go on to item 30. We should have Danielle Christian and Steve Preminger here, and it's regarding the state trailer bill language. And I see Dr. Smith, who might be leading this off.
Yes, I'm going to take this one on.
All righty.
This is recommendation that the board take an opposition position regarding an exclusive contract that's being recommended for Medi-Cal with Kaiser Health System. And I'd like to take you through a little bit of the discussion about how we think this will negatively affect patients. And I'm going to share a screen here if I can. Hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
The board knows that Medi-Cal is embarking upon a complete remodeling. Up until now, Medi-Cal in California has been covered through HMOs, and some counties have two-plan system like ours, where Family Health Plan and Anthem Blue Cross serve as the only health plans that can contract with the state for the care of Medi-Cal patients. Others have one HMO, some have a regional HMO. But the remodel that's being envisioned for Medi-Cal is Cal-AIM, and this is a picture that describes what is envisioned with Cal-AIM. And really, there are at least 6 components at this point, which is expanding Medi-Cal benefits beyond the physical healthcare benefits that have previously been the focus. We're expanding into behavioral health care, oral health care, social drivers of health, foods, enrollment in social services, And as you can see down there at the bottom, care for the foster youth and for special populations, also developmental and intellectual disability services and long-term care. So the concept behind CalAIM is to really be an expansive, comprehensive wraparound service line with many benefits offered to the Medi-Cal population. Obviously, the population gets the services that they need. We're concerned about the exclusive contract with Kaiser because, as most of you probably know, Kaiser does not have the capacity to provide many of these services. They have minimal behavioral health care, minimal oral health care, essentially no services for social services like the county, minimal developmental care, and minimal long-term care. And on top of that, they are a closed network, meaning that patients who belong to Kaiser only go to Kaiser facilities unless they get special authorization. Unlike the county, they do not have contracts with the community health providers. They do not have service provided in the community of need. As you know, many of our Medi-Cal patients have particularly community-related problems, substance abuse, mental illness, complex medical problems. Kaiser does not have that capacity at this point in their system. So it's anticipated that in order to comply with the contract that's being envisioned, Kaiser would have to focus on, quote, the healthy Medi-Cal patients, leaving others in the lurch. So we recommend a position in opposition, or at the very least, oppose until modified, so that there can be some guarantee that patients who are accepted onto Kaiser for Medi-Cal would get the full range of care. Right now, in our county, Family Health Plan does contract for some of their lives with Kaiser, but many of the services that are needed are contracted out to other providers. So that's the reason why we're concerned. With that, I'll be open for questions.
Thank you. Supervisors, any questions of Dr. Smith? Vice President Ellenberg.
Thanks, Dr. Smith. I wanted to just ask a couple, if you could help us really understand the numbers a little bit and the magnitude of this challenge. Can you offer an estimate on the number of VHP enrollees that might shift to Kaiser under this plan? And then what the estimated dollar value of the impact on capitation revenues might be to VHP and VMC?
Well, as you know, the two plans in this county are Family Health Plan and Anthem. And between them, they have in the region of about 400,000 lives. Family Health Plan then delegates about half of those to us through Valley Health Plan so that we can provide comprehensive services. It's hard to predict how many would transfer. I think in reality, most patients are wise enough to know that Kaiser doesn't have the full panoply of services that they need. So I would not expect a huge transfer of patients, but I would expect that the healthier patients would transfer to Kaiser. So that would be probably mostly kids, mostly young adults, mostly women who have pregnancies. So the services that the county would be providing would be the most complex service and the most complicated ones. And I can't give you a number for cost because at this point it's sort of up in the air. We don't really know what the cost structure will be for the proposed contract with Kaiser. And so it'd be hard to say exactly.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. But tomorrow, the CSAC Executive Committee is going to be considering a position on this matter, and I want to make sure all of my colleagues know that the CSAF staff recommendation will be to oppose as well. And we're expecting that the trailer bill language will be pulled into a policy bill. That's AB 2724 this week. And since, and Danielle, please correct me if I'm getting anything wrong. But since it may now move through the policy process rather than exclusively the budget process, now is really a critical time to register opposition, to protect local control, and really express our concerns about the resulting patient mix as outlined in the ledge file. So thanks, Dr. Smith and Danielle. And I think it really is important that we voice our opposition and at the same time find ways to work with administration, with the state administration on a better plan.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question of Supervisor Ellenberg, and that is, if they go through a policy, taking it down the policy route, how does that impact the process? It's faster is what you're saying, but also then how do they get the contract if it goes through that route?
I think I might need Danielle's help. I know that the policy piece means that there is much more opportunity for engagement and tweaking of language rather than a straight up or down on the dollars. But hoping someone with a little bit more state ledge experience. Oh, through the chair.
Yes.
The guy in the blue shirt might be able to help us with process here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez, and certainly want to hear from county staff who will be current and up to date on this in a way that I think is helpful. But I was really pleased to hear from Supervisor Ellenberg that there is a move afoot to move this conversation into the policy arena rather than the budget arena. About a decade ago, in the last few years when I was in the state legislature, there developed an unfortunate practice, in my view, which was that rather than provide the sort of full and transparent consideration of what were really legislative matters, folks would try to hustle them through the budget process in a way that precluded that kind of conversation. And I don't think it's good government, and I don't say that abstractly. I think it actually produces a product that does not serve the public well. And so, if there's a case to be made for this approach, then it shouldn't be hustled through the budget process. It should be done through a much more deliberative process. And presumably, if it were a matter of great urgency, it could be done as an urgency bill, which would require 2/3. If it did not require that level of urgency, then obviously a legislative vehicle, a bill that is introduced this year, could be passed and signed into law this year. So I think there's ample opportunity here to both do it right and consider the matter in what I would consider an expeditious way. And I'm sure that, so I'll just stop there on that piece, turn back to Supervisor Ellenberg and Chavez to finish their remarks. I do imagine that we've got folks from Kaiser who are here today who are going to want to speak, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say about this before we take a vote. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. My follow-up question to that is really to you, Dr. Smith. One challenge I do see is a challenge of capacity. And, during COVID, frankly, we didn't have all of the help we needed from our nonprofit and private sector partners. I think, and so one concern I have is that I guess I'm not really understanding the strategy from the governor's office or whoever is putting this forward about why they would make the recommendation they're making?
Dr. Smith. I probably can't give you any insight into the governor's office, but I would say that certainly Kaiser is well respected as a long-term HMO in the state, and they do have good quality numbers. But I would just point out that they have a different patient population. Essentially not all, but the vast majority of their members are employed and, not as financially challenged as our patients, our Medi-Cal patients, and our uninsured patients. So if I could make any guess what the governor was thinking when he did a non-bid contract, I would suspect he was thinking that the quality numbers would help with his sponsorship of CalAIM. However, not to, criticize Kaiser in any way. They have a built-in advantage for their quality numbers because of their patient population. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Should we go to speakers now, Supervisor Chavez, or do you have more questions?
No, that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian, your hand is still raised? No, not anymore. Okay, and our speakers have disappeared. Nancy, I was looking for, now Eric has appeared. All right, we've got Kaiser Vice President Eric Williams. Mr. Williams, you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, President Wasserman and other distinguished Board of Supervisors of Santa Clara. My name is Eric Williams. I'm the Senior Vice President and Area Manager of Santa Clara. And we greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide you our perspective on the state's proposed improvements to Medi-Cal. The federal government, governor, and legislature have all committed to transform Medi-Cal to a program based on whole person care. This includes the CalAIM initiative. The 4 overarching goals of this transformation are to improve quality, reduce disparities, preserve member continuity, and remove layers of complexity and cost. In the state's efforts to do this, Kaiser Permanente was approached to expand Medicaid membership. We're committed to this population and we're willing to expand, but at the same time, we do not want to destabilize the safety net in the process. So we're trying to achieve a very delicate balance. In this contract, we have agreed to take on complex patients who are dual eligible members, such as seniors with Medi-Cal and Medicare, and foster youth. Our goal is to be very intentional with this growth, so not to have a negative impact on the local safety net. We realize this is a very significant and complex issue, and it's also part of a much, much broader environment we're all working in, where both the federal and state governments are asking us all to adjust to do more. I'm joined here today with our subject matter expert, Ms. Casey Valerde, to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, President Wasserman.
Thank you. Casey.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm here for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. And Nancy, do we have one more speaker or not?
I do see one member of the public with their hand raised.
Yep, please allow them 2 minutes.
Richard Gallo, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Richard, I see you have unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Richard, if you can hear me, speak.
You are unmuted, but we are not hearing you.
All right, do we still have one more speaker?
That is the only speaker.
Okay, so he's the one I still see, and that person's gone in the queue. Good
Can
enough.
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hello supervisors, good afternoon. My name is Richard Gallo, G-A-L-L-O. I am opposing to the contract that the governor has requested or contract with Kaiser. My 2 main concerns in serving the Medi-Cal population is number 1, the behavioral health care. They are not doing a good job meeting the needs of patients who are seeking psychiatric counseling services. They have been cited by the state. It's an issue. It's a problem that you need to be aware of. Secondly, durable medical equipment. is Kaiser going to do what they need to do in serving the disability community and meeting their personal needs to maintain their independence with durable medical equipment? I had this problem 20 years ago with Kaiser with hearing aids that I wasn't obtaining. They offer a monthly plan of only 3 months for me to pay $5,000 of hearing aids that I did not have, that was not feasible, that was inconsiderate of Kaiser being small-minded and serving individuals like me. How do you expect me to pay $5,000 within 3 months when I work in the nonprofit sector? So take all this into consideration, and you're reviewing and putting language into it so that they make sure they serve the Medi-Cal population. Remember, you have a lot of individuals who are disabled on this particular program. Thank you, supervisors.
Thank you. Nancy, I don't see any other speakers.
That's correct.
All right, we're going to go back to the supervisors now for additional comments and/or emotion. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. I do have a question for you, Mr. Williams, if I may. Over the years, I've heard of various citizens having a hard time accessing mental health services. They're Kaiser members and having a hard time accessing mental health services. Could you, in 60 seconds, tell me what's happening there?
Thank you, President Wasserman, for the question. And I heard the message from the member of the community, so we'll follow up on that. You know, mental health services is we're looking to expand generally our staffing levels in that area. That's something that our regional team has identified as a challenge that we need to explore, to mitigate. So there's a couple of elements in the next strategy plan that's working to address that, and we have added some elements into different components of the care. So I'll work back and make sure I get a specific follow-up to your office.
Super, thank you very much. All right, members. We have before us a requested action of approving an opposed position to the state trailer bill, and we got an update from our legislative liaison, Vice President Ellenberg.
Move approval of the staff recommendation.
Motion by Vice President Ellenberg for approval. Do we have a second? A second by Supervisor Chavez. Any further discussion? All right, and Vice President Ellenberg, thank you very much for the update on what the county organizations is doing. I appreciate that. Nancy, a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And going forward, I certainly hope all of our medical facility partners continue to expand the services that they provide so that all of Santa Clara County can be serviced in the way that they need to be. I think COVID coming along a couple of years ago unveiled some holes in our county-wide system that each of us independently and I hope jointly are addressing. With that, we're going to move on to item number 31, which has to do with the micro business grant program. And I'm going to guess Glenn Williams.
That was an excellent guess, President Wasserman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the board. Delighted to be here. Wanted to share this is really in response to 3 referrals that the board has made over the last month. And if you would like, I will bring up, share my screen.
Yes. And Glenn, when did the legislative file for this go out?
The original legislative file went out several days ago.
Okay.
There was a follow-up that I presented that was literally added first thing this morning.
Okay.
Because we are fortunate enough to have, can you see my screen?
No, we cannot. Nancy, is there a way you can help Glenn?
Sure can. I'm on it.
Nancy's
Fantastic.
on it.
That would be fabulous.
Look at that. Way
All
to go, Nancy.
right. Anyway, in answer to your question, there was an update that was submitted first thing this morning with this slide presentation. So there's actually new information in this slide presentation that you did not see in the original report.
That is correct.
And
All right.
fortunate, and it's all good news. So let me go ahead. Can you take me?
And Glenn, any summarizing you can do?
I will do that.
Rather than reading, we'd appreciate it.
I will absolutely do that. The board requested 3 reports. The first one was on the status of the program. The second one was to analyze whether or not it was possible for the county to provide advance funding because of the delays by the state. And the third one was to ask whether or not it was possible to apply the program or some variation of it to businesses that were begun after 2019. Next sheet. For the purpose of the public, the program was created by Cal OSPA to assist qualified California micro businesses that were impacted by COVID-19. The county agreed to accept about $2.4 million of state funds so we could award 875 grants of $2,500 each to our very small businesses. And we began accepting applications at 9 a.m. on Thursday last. Next page. We're doing this in 2 phases. The first one is on a first come, first served basis, which began on Thursday, with an allocation of 500 grants available. Phase 2 will be for the balance of the grants that are available, and those will not be first come, first served. Those will be done on a program very similar to what we did for the small grants that we did from fees and penalties that were assessed to non-compliant businesses. And the purpose of having 2 phases is so that we both get an early opportunity to help people who really need it, but at the same time, make sure that the overall program is balanced to reach all of the subgroups that the state was trying to target, including veterans, women-owned businesses, et cetera. Current status on the program is, as of yesterday afternoon, we have received 830 applications.
Oh.
We offered the program in 3 languages. 591 were in English, 179 were completed in Spanish, and 60 were completed in Vietnamese. Now, that's not necessarily an ethnic breakdown. That is merely a language breakdown. So that many of those that responded in English may in fact qualify in the same categories of being Spanish, Spanish heritage or Vietnamese heritage, for example. Okay, next page. Yes, as of yesterday, the administration executed an amendment to the grant agreement so that if in fact the board wishes to provide advance funding, the state is perfectly willing to let us do that and make sure that we are reimbursed for that. Next page. In answer to the expanded eligibility question, the state has been very clear that this program was not going to be modified to allow for businesses that were not in business in 2019. However, the state has announced a new program called the Dream Fund, which they are currently rolling out, and it offers classes followed by the opportunity to qualify for a $5,000 to $10,000 grant from the state. And it is specifically directed to small businesses that began operations after July 1st of 2019. And at that point, I'll open it up if you have questions. And also, I believe Dennis King is present also, who's the director of the Enterprise Foundation. So if you have specific questions of him.
The great Dennis King, nice to see you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right, I see a couple of hands raised. Supervisor Chavez first and Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you. I'm happy to move receipt of the report along with asking the staff to advance the funds since we know we're going to be reimbursed. And then I just have a question.
Second.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Supervisor Chavez, your question.
Thank you. Perhaps I can ask this question of Dennis. Dennis, does the second program, do you think that the Dream Fund will address the folks that really got kind of left out of the other programs?
That's my hope. Our very first training program or training on that program is actually tomorrow. So I'll be able to answer much more definitively, but that's my hope. Yes.
Because in that instance, we would not need to start a new program, but rather make sure that we're directing people to this current program. The Dream program.
That is my hope.
Okay. And Dennis, if that's not the case, will you let us know?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Williams, thanks for the report. Want to clarify and confirm that you have asked the state, can we move these funds along out of our own county resources and then get reimbursed, assuming that they are appropriate allocations? And the short answer to that is yes.
The short answer to that is absolutely yes.
And that took a little flexibility and conversation, I assume, yes?
Yes, and the state was most responsive. That it went through county council. County council negotiated the terms of the amendment to the agreement.
Well, thank you to all. My recollection on this one through the chair is, Supervisor Chavez, that this was an issue you pushed. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, well, then I want to say good on you, because we all know there are people out there hanging on by a thread. And it's really hard to get big entities like the state and even our county with our 20,000 employee organization to be nimble in times of crisis. I think that's, sort of an obvious observation based on what we all just have experienced in the pandemic. But I think, the exhortation from Supervisor Chavez and the work then that county staff did with county council's help to make that possibility real is really important. We'll never know who hung on and couldn't have lasted another day, a week, or a month longer without that kind of flexibility. But again, I'm really pleased. Candidly, I'm pleasantly surprised, but I'm really pleased that Supervisor Chavez raised it in the first place and that staff and county council were able to make it real. And, even got to give a tip of the hat to the state for showing a little flexibility, which is always our experience. So thank you all.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Great report on the implementation. I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Williams. As the announcement going out March 14th, now that accepting applications in March 17th, which is just last week, we have already received 830 applications. So that certainly shows that the outreach was very, very successful. So congratulations on that good work. Now, the first phase of the application is supposed to be limited to 500 on the first come, first served basis. Since we have received 830 applications, is it safe to say that basically that first phase is already over?
In answer, there are two parts to the question. One is that certainly indicates that the first 500 grants will already be spoken for. We are not terminating that, though. We're continuing to allow individuals to continue to apply, and then those will be automatically rolled over into the second phase.
And Supervisor Lee, if I may, Mr. Williams, I saw the numbers that Supervisor Lee just said as well, but just because you've received an application, are those approved applications?
No, they're not approved, but they're a very, very, very large, I would say almost all of them probably will be qualified.
Wonderful, thank you.
Because the application process is such that it self-selects, such that if you don't meet one of the qualifications, you're out.
Thank you for that. I understand. Thank you very much. I didn't know that. Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
And then the other question I have is, so how soon can the funds be released based on the current timing for this first phase?
I don't have a specific answer for you. If be up to the, as far as how quickly it could be possible to process, probably by next week. The question is whether or not the funding mechanism from the county can implement that in time that they can in fact then draw down against.
And actually, Supervisor, through the chair, Supervisor Lee, and I guess this would be to staff, this was going to come back to us on April 5th for final action. So I imagine that the money wouldn't be available before then unless we delegated authority to the staff by allowing, like not having them have to wait till April 5th, but took the action today to allow staff as they dotted the T's and crossed the I's to move forward as swiftly as possible.
Right, Supervisor, we do have to come back on the 5th because the board has to authorize the appropriation modification in order to do that. And so we'll move as rapidly as we can.
Great. And then the report mentioned that the phase 1 is open for 45 days, right? So it's 45 days starting from last Thursday. And phase 2 will take place after phase 1 concludes. My other question is, if phase 1 concludes so much sooner, since we're moving so quickly, I wonder if it makes sense to start the phase 2 basically immediately and not wait till the 45 days.
Yeah, there's no reason why it would have to be waiting for that long. We did that with not knowing how many applications we would get in first phase. Whether there would be less than 500 applications or more. What we want to do is to wait long enough that we can do an analysis of the first 500 so that we can adequately structure the second phase.
Great. And do you have any idea how we're going to measure the effectiveness of this grant program later on? Is any metrics that's being developed?
No metrics for the effect of it. There are certainly metrics and reporting requirements to the state, basically every 2 months, in terms of who's getting the grants and what the various demographics are for the grants that are awarded. But there's no follow-up that says, did people actually save their lives by doing this? We don't have a follow-up metric.
Yeah, so we're going to be able to measure is how many applications received, what's the percentage of them being approved, maybe a metrics as to the number of days it takes for the money to get to them, things like that, right?
Yes, we can provide all of that.
Okay, good. That's our question. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Submitting, did you have an additional question or comment? Nope, did not. So we have the motion, we have the second. I'm going to ask Nancy to call for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, Glenn, great job, and Dennis, great seeing you and great job.
Thank you.
Take care, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We now move on to 34 and 35, which during the consent item, it was agreed upon would be heard together. 34, let me just switch over here. The termination of the sister city county relationship with Moscow. And 35, part 2 of that. And Dr. Smith, are you speaking first?
Yes, I'm going to try to take this one.
All righty.
These two items come out of the realization that the war that is currently going on in the Ukraine was actually started with no reason by Russia, and an appropriate response is necessary. The county established a county-city sister relationship back in 1994 and created the Sister City Commission. We're not recommending that we change that at all. The relationship with the commission has been a positive relationship. The commission has relationships with residents of Moscow, not with the government of Moscow. However, in 2004, the Board of Supervisors embarked upon an effort to build a relationship between the governments of the county and the government of Moscow, the city. that effort has floundered, and in reality, not much has happened with it. We're suggesting that the board take action to forego that relationship with the government of Moscow, continue the commission, but make it clear that in response to the war, we're not supportive of an ongoing relationship with the government of the city of Moscow. You have before you ordinances to consider, and a county council can ask questions about those.
Thank you. I like that direction. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the county executive and staff for the work on this resolution drafted so quickly to stand with the people of Ukraine. We are now on day 27 of this invasion that we've all watched in horror as a brutal invasion and war by the Russian Federation government against Ukraine. And certainly many of us feel so helpless to stop this war. But I do believe that our action today, or what we're going to take eventually, will be able to work as a voice to help spark the light for these dark matters. As a combat zone veteran myself, I've been in the middle of these type of situations and being 90 feet away from mortar attack. And I've lost friends who did not survive these type of attacks. And so I really do understand the pain, the suffering that's going on in Ukraine. And really, we need to do whatever we can to bring peace, to pressure to bring peace, and then certainly stand in support of Ukraine. And while we cannot vote to bring peace directly, we certainly can show some solidarity and support today. And I do believe that we must add our voices to help end this atrocity. And I believe that we should be engaged in partnership with the people. I think it's so important for us to distinguish the differences. The people in Moscow that we have relationship with through the commission, as opposed to the government of Moscow and the Russian Federation government. And so to me, it seems to me that I agree that we are not today wanting to terminate the commission's work at all. I think the commission's work has been great. It's been going on for many years. And because we certainly do not want to cut off our very important line of communications to the very people that could help us influence and potentially stop this war. I am the board's liaison to the Sister County Commission, and my office has been in close communication with many members of the Moscow Sister County Commission, who feel very strongly that the commission remains intact to continue the citizen diplomacy work, who have urged us to think carefully through any of these proposed changes we're making today. So what I would like to do, basically, is like to request administration to return to the board with a revised resolution at the next meeting on April 5th. And I have a few suggested edits to ordinance and bylaws that I would like the board to consider. The suggested edits actually have been incorporating the feedback from many members of the Moscow Sister County Commission. For example, like suggesting softening the language, removing the word necessary terminate. And I would like to also staff to consider language changes to the ordinance or bylaws that don't negatively impact the commission's ability to receive grant funding for diplomatic efforts through the open world or the sources, or not be included in the Sister Cities International. And also, I would like to recommend adding language to condemn the actions by the Russian Federation government and having the County of Santa Clara align in solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And so for these reasons, I'm actually going to ask to have this item come back at the April 5th meeting to allow staff time to work with our office on these suggested edits on the documents that we work the language that can ultimately be supported by many of our commissioners serving on the Moscow City County Commissions. And I certainly would like to continue to ask them to the commission to continue their efforts and for the commission to adopt similar resolution as the board to condemn the actions by the Russian federal government. And I would also like to ask whichever resolution is adopted to have that translated into Russian and Ukrainian so that we may share our solidarity with the Ukrainian families in Santa Clara County and across the world. Thank you.
So Supervisor Lee, you're asking that both 34 and 35 come back to our next board meeting?
Correct, yes, to come back.
So no vote to be taken on either one at this time.
Correct.
The direction, you've given some direction and you've offered to work with staff.
Yes.
To help bring back revised ones at the next meeting.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll be happy to second that motion. Vice President Ellenberg.
If I could, I'm interested to know, and I'll look to County Council, how this fundamentally, if it does change the action. I certainly want to be respectful and deferential to my colleague and Supervisor Lee. As always, thank you for your service. I was looking forward to voting to approve these items today and to making a statement. But before I do that, let me just ask what impact the requested changes will have.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes, I don't believe it would change the ultimate.
I'm sorry, I was asking for County Council.
Okay.
James, Mr. Williams.
Sure, as I understand it, as I understand the request from Supervisor Lee, they would be to not terminate the sister city relationship and to make other similar edits, but to continue with a resolution that's condemning the actions taken and to focus the commission's work on non-governmental related activity. But I think the essence of the current administration action, which terminates the formal relationship with the sister city international organization, that would change as I understand it, but I'd look to Supervisor Lee for any clarification on that, but that's how I understand it.
Right, yes.
Changes.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Maybe I'll try to clarify. So I would see it as basically, maybe you could look at it as three separate different relationships. One is what we call the government to government relationship between Santa Clara County government and the Moscow government. And so far from our record, we really don't have much of a relationship there. And we certainly don't want to start anything. And that definitely has to be, is clearly non-existent and needs to be ended. As far as the Sister City International, that's an organization that arranges these exchanges and their existence. I mean, the cost of it is fairly nominal per year. The cost about $2,200 a year to belong to it. But what it does is it does facilitate the members in both commissions on both sides to have the ability to communicate, to foster the exchanges. And we have various delegations came through this organization. And then this organization also helps provide, for example, when you could travel, you might need a visa, so that some of the members, let's say in the Russian Commission, who might want to work with us, whether it's the Public Defender's Office in Moscow or somebody who's working on the educational side, without that relationship, that's in existence, it might actually make it very difficult for them in the future, for example, trying to come to the United States to get visas and things like that. So that Sister City International does provide some benefits to continue that type of work. But most important to me, I think, is the people-to-people relationship that we have with our commissioners here and the people and over there in Russia, which are not governmental representatives, but they are just individuals who would like to continue developing this type of relationship of exchanges with Santa Clara County. And I want to make sure the people-to-people is so important, because at the end of the day, it is the people that we are working together. And I would like to just quote a phrase being used by a very brave journalist in Russia. If you have heard the name's Marina Alvis-Yadnikova, who actually burst onto the TV set, Russians, Channel 1, past week, holding up this no war sign. And of course, she was immediately, put down, was questioned, and in her work that she did, she made a video that basically says the following. She called on the Russian people to protest the war, saying only they have the power to, quote, stop all this madness, unquote. And what this is so important is that we believe that it truly is the Russian people who's living there, who live in Moscow, that absolutely have the greatest influence to potentially help end this war. And I think that our contact with the individuals who's living in Moscow right now through our relationship potentially could be influential to make that happen. So I think it's important for us to use that influence and relationship and maintain that certainly.
Supervisor Lee, I absolutely agree on maintaining the people-to-people relationships. Is it the case that that middle level that you're talking about, that international, is run by the Russian government, though?
Oh, no, it's not the government. It's actually a international organization. It's not part of the Russian government at all. No, that's what I've learned, at least from my research. And the Sister City International is an international organization. They do foster. It's not just in Russia. It's actually throughout the world. So, for example, we have two other sister county that we work with. For example, in Hsinchu County in Taiwan, and also the Florence County in Italy. And those are all also work through the sister county and sister cities international. And that's what they do, is try to get us connected.
Thank you. I appreciate all of that. I hear it. And I realize that there's not a tremendous actual difference between approving today and a couple of weeks from now. Our action has a fairly limited effect, if any, on what is happening in Ukraine. But I still feel that there's really an urgency for our county to speak out at our soonest available opportunity, which may be today, against the really irresponsible, horrendous human suffering that is happening in Ukraine. And women and children and families are targets. Indiscriminate bombing with illegal cluster bombs is destroying food stores and apartment complexes. Bomb shelters where children are being held in safety have been targeted. There have been attacks on hospitals and maternity wards, all as Dr. Smith said at the beginning, for an unprovoked and unnecessary war. I do agree that the statements should be clear that we can't, that we cannot continue these relationships right now. I think that we have to stand with the resilient and brave people of Ukraine, and the statement to them may be most powerful if it's entire. So I'm interested if any of my other colleagues want to weigh in to hear their thoughts, but thank you again.
Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you. I want to make sure we hear from the public, Supervisor Wasserman. But in fairness to the public, I also want to put my thoughts out there. And I'm going to offer a substitute motion in a moment. Hope I get a second. And here's my reaction. First, I want to say to staff, I thought that county administration and county counsel's office had a very difficult challenge, which was to thread the needle quite carefully so that we made the statement that we hoped to make while still preserving the opportunity for people-to-people exchange, which we believe is beneficial. And I think you did that quite adeptly, quite expertly. I am simply trying to take a minute to say I think it was very well done under difficult circumstances. That said, I find myself largely in agreement with Supervisor Ellenberg's take on this. And, you know, one of the things I have so appreciated about working with this board is our ability to have these conversations respectfully, even when there's a different take on things. But I think we all know that this is a largely symbolic gesture. That being said, symbols can be important. We are trying, I think, by our action to make a statement. And I guess my reaction, consistent with Supervisor Ellenberg's comments, is if we're going to make a statement, then let's make it. Let's not be tepid about it. Let's not be anything other than absolutely clear that the aggression we see on the other side of the world simply cannot stand. And the way nations of goodwill across the globe have responded to this is by isolating the government of Russia and simply saying, this is not subject to debate. It's not subject to compromise. It is wrong. It is evil, and it will not be tolerated by civilized nations and civilized people around the world. So what I want to do is move approval of the staff recommendation today, which does in fact terminate any government-to-government relationship. To the limited extent we have the ability to send a message, I think that is the clearest, unambiguous way to send that message. I think the administration, as I suggested earlier, has done a nice job of allowing for the continued operation of the commission. If this action poses a problem for sister cities, then perhaps that's a problem they should be confronting. And if it poses an impediment to accessing grants for good works, then perhaps the criteria should be reconsidered. But anything less than a full-blown and immediate denunciation by virtue of a clear statement will only be misconstrued, misrepresented, and misused by those who are hoping that people of goodwill will look the other way. So my motion is to approve the staff recommendation, and I would ask for a second.
Okay, so we've got a motion. Supervisor Ellenberg is seconding. I do have a comment here. Supervisor Simidian, if you go to agenda item 35 under recommended action, possible action A, the first, I'll say sentence that ends in a semicolon, adopt resolution condemning all actions by the Russian government against Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, period. And delete the rest. What do you think of that?
I think that it is inadequate because the rest of the sentence is terminating the sister county relationship between the county of Santa Clara and the governments of the region of Moscow and Moscow City. And I think that that termination is a critical part of the statement. I don't think who we choose to partner with sends a very clear message about whether or not we deem them to be acceptable partners.
Okay,
I don't think we do.
All right, Supervisor, I'll give one more try. On possible action A, delete the word in the second line, delete the words sister county. So the sentence reads, adopt resolution condemning all actions by the Russian government against Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, terminating the relationship between the county of Santa Clara and the governments of the region of Moscow and Moscow City.
I'm going to be very direct with you, Supervisor. Would that get you to yes on my motion?
Oh, yes.
All right, then I could accept that but candidly, Supervisor, if we're terminating the relationship, and the only relationship we have is a sister county one, I think the distinction is semantic. But I take your point that you don't want to implicitly cast aspersions on the sister city, sister county organization or function. And in an abundance of comity, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. And I think you were with me the last time the Moscow County, sister county group came here and meeting those people, and they were teachers and businessmen and everywhere else. So I thank you, Supervisor, if that's okay with you, and Vice President Ellenberg, if that's okay with you.
And just, Mr. Chairman, if I may, to follow up on your comment and to finish my remarks before we hear from the public, I want it to be clear how much I value this work. I think it's largely unseen and underappreciated. I believe in the importance and value of people-to-people exchanges. I believe in the importance of delegations of visitors going from our country to other countries and for visitors to come here. I think we are all better served when members of the public and certainly elected officials have a broader worldview rather than a narrower worldview. That is how we build understanding. But this is an extraordinary, if not unique case. And that's why I think it compels action that is unambiguous and crystal clear about the concern that we all have. And I know that concern is shared across our board. So
yes, it certainly is. Thank you. Supervisor Lee, before I go to you, James, is there any problem with that modification? Because I certainly want to condemn the actions of the Russian government. And I know my peers feel the same way. I want to make that clear and no ambiguity. What Supervisor Simitian said was very true. So
it would be easy to strike those two words from the second clause of the title of the resolution. That's what I understood you to be requesting.
And put a period after Moscow City. The governments of the region of Moscow and Moscow City, period.
That final clause is necessary to effectuate the content of the resolution.
The delegation of authority?
Right. Mr. Chairman, I know that through the chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know that language has been construed, and I would argue misunderstood, as giving the county council the county executive far greater authority than I believe it actually does. I think we might refine the language slightly by saying, and delegating administrative authority to the county executive to take any and all actions to terminate and then strike sister county the relationship. Then it's clear. Again, we have not thrown a sharp elbow at the sister county system, which I don't think we want to do. We've also indicated that it's simply the administrative actions as opposed to any policy-making functions.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with that, if the seconder is in agreement with that as well. Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Lee, you had your hand up first, then Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, no, thank you. I just want to clarify what the motion is. So what we have now is we are striking the two words sister county in the second line. So it's becoming terminating the relationship between the county of Santa Clara and the governments of region Moscow and Moscow City.
And
are we going to go? Okay. And delegating authority to the county executive or designee to take any and all actions, period.
To terminate the relationship.
To terminate the relationship.
And excuse me, through the chair, adding the words administrative between delegating and authority in the last part of the paragraph.
And delegating administrative authority.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Chairman.
No, and you're all correct. What we're doing here today is simply publicly showing how we all feel about what's going on.
Right.
Supervisor Ellenberg and I.
And B has no change, right?
I'm sorry, what?
The section B is something that we'll leave. We're leaving B alone, or we're going to take B out?
Do we need amendment? Do we need amendments to the bylaws? Supervisor Simitian, do you want B out? So
no, I want B to stay in, Mr. Chairman. I've tried to take amendments that I hope would respond to concerns.
Done. Take yes. I'll take yes for an answer.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah.
How about that? Supervisor Chavez.
What I'd like to ask is, could we hear from the public, and then I'd like to make my comments?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have 2 members of the public, 2 minutes each, please, Nancy.
Speaker is Art Cohen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Art Cohen. I'm also vice chair, but I'm speaking on my personal self. The Moscow Commission does not work with the Russian Federation's federal government that's committing these atrocities and war crimes that are led by Putin. The commission primarily interfaces with Open World, and I wanted to clarify what Open World is. It's a program run by the U.S. Congress, Congressional Office of International Leadership, and it's funded by the U.S. federal government. Open World acts as a facilitator to sponsor delegations from Russia. I'm also against some of the proposed original. So much has changed here. I have a prepared statement, so I'm going to have to improvise, but I am against some of the proposed changes to the commission's bylaws that would hinder the commission's ability to work with Open World. And that has to do with the sister city language, which it sounds like you're going to address. The other piece I wanted to share with you is that I have been working personally with one of the delegates that I met in 2020, who is an activist in Russia. She's been arrested. She's been protesting. She has been arrested 1 or 2 times. I'm not going to say how I've been connecting with her because I don't, and I'm not going to provide her name, but I am going to tell you that some of the good things that have been done, as an example, is the Arnold Schwarzenegger video. I was able to get that to her. She was able to get that on the Russian networks equivalent to Twitter. So there's a lot of things that can be done when you're dealing people to people, and most of the delegates that I've talked to are against this war, and many of them are very scared to be against it because they do end up getting arrested. And she was fined about $2,000 equivalent.
Thank you very much, Art.
Next speaker is Tim Quigley. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
Mr. President, members of the Board of Supervisors, great to see so many of you. It's been a while. I am a former chairman of Sister Cities International. It's a U.S. NGO that supports some 2,600 relationships around the world. We have 68 in Russia and 45 in Ukraine. I am chairing task force for both of these. I had meetings on both of these groups previously today. The importance of what we're talking about, and what I had cautioned you when you state that you want to send a strong symbol, is to make sure that in sending your symbol, you don't have the opposite effect. You cause the opposite effect of what you want to do. We at Sister Cities International, as a national policy, oppose closing a vital and oftentimes last channel of communications between vulnerable and isolated people. Vulnerable Ukraine, isolated Russia. So I caution you in your actions today that you should, if you're going to make a strong statement against the government, make a positive statement about these strong multi years of sister city people-to-people relationships, because we are not about the government. And I'll quote you one communication that I received just yesterday. Thank you very much, dear Tim. I appreciate your support and understanding. We are people and we are for peace. Today is a very hard time, and every piece of support and friendship is important. It's easy to stop the relationship between our communities, but please don't stop our channel of friendship. It would be very sad. I encourage you strongly to think through what you're doing. I appreciate the sense of urgency, but make sure that it is common sense urgencies that you're doing here. And it's not easy to pick up after conflict.
Thank you, Tim.
Next speaker is Nancy Madison. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to begin speaking.
I'm Nancy Madison, and I am the chair of the Moscow Commission. I had prepared remarks to deliver today, but since there was such a lively conversation, I'm going to be improvising. It was a little hard to follow the path of the conversation, so I'm not quite sure exactly where this resolution is going, but there are 3 things that are very critical to the Moscow Commission. One is that we do not sever the relationship with the sister city organization. Let me back up just one step. It's very important to the Moscow Commission that we do condemn the invasion, no doubt about that. But we need to condemn it in a way that does not come back and hurt us long term. So we should not sever the relationship with sister city organization, and we should modify the ordinance language in such a way that allows us to get open world grants. That has been our primary funding mechanism, and we cannot lose that. There are ways to do it, but it will take some thinking. It will take some collaboration between the county and the commission, because we both bring different sets of knowledge to it. And so we really need to take a very hard look at the language that is changed in the ordinance. That's all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nancy, do we have one more speaker?
We do, and that is Joanne Anderson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Joanne Anderson. I was recently appointed to the Moscow Commission after witnessing for years the successful programs they have implemented and bringing pride to Santa Clara County through Sister Cities International. I am more than appalled by the leader of Russia and his horrific assault on the people of Ukraine. It is more than appropriate to condemn the war against the Ukrainians. I disagree, however, in rushing to change the Moscow Commission documents outlining its mission and areas of work that could possibly stifle their participation in Sister Cities International and being eligible to apply for the open world grants. To rush through and change the Commission's rules or bylaws without a study team could end the existence of the Moscow Commission. I fear the Moscow Commission could lose its membership with Sister Cities International unless the bylaws reflect the mission of Sister Cities International and are correctly written and congruent with the body's mission. The written resolution limits the Commission to art, culture, and education as areas in which it can work. That would exclude the Commission from applying for open world grants in other areas such as health, where the Moscow Commission and the Santa Clara County has received national recognition for their exemplary work. The scope needs to be expanded so the Commission can continue to apply for open world grants. This needs time and study for accuracy of the areas allowed. This process shouldn't be rushed. I implore you, please do not rush through the Moscow Commission documents wording. Instead, form a study committee including knowledgeable Sister Cities commissioners so that the wording does not prevent the Commission from continuing membership in Sister Cities International, and very importantly, does not exclude it from applying for open world grants. It would be a disaster if rushing through the wording without reflecting on the consequences and later discovering that the Commission is no longer qualified to be a member of Sister Cities International and cannot apply for the open world U.S. congressional grants that have brought honor to Santa Clara County and the Commission. Please do not rush through the wording affecting the Commission today. Let a team study it in depth and bring it back for review at a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, you were speaking.
Thank you. I wanted to start by thanking Supervisor Lee for your thinking, and you know, I'm reflecting on Tim Quigley as well, because both of you have served in the armed forces, and I think you have a very important perspective, both having been on the ground at times of strife and war, and now being here. So I just want to honor that perspective. The second thing I want to say is that I think whatever action we take today, that we need to make sure that as we're talking to our own communities here in Santa Clara County, that we really are supporting the Ukrainian population that lives here and the Russian population who lives here, that's opposing what Putin is doing. And that's important because we want to keep peace in our own home while this is going on abroad. Lastly, I wanted to say to why I'm supporting what Supervisor Simonian and Supervisor Allenberg are recommending. One of the challenges that we have is that we're in a situation, I think, where the way people think about organizations like sister cities and sister counties is that these are agreements, by the way, between governmental entities. It's the highest governmental leader in the county signed, whenever this got founded, signed something with the highest governmental leader in Moscow, or whatever the appropriate partnership is. And so because of that, it is appropriate for us to terminate the this formal partnership, because what we're saying is that our governments can't work with you until your government is treating humanity with the kind of dignity and respect we all deserve. So that's why I'm supporting this. The one question I have for staff is this: as it relates to the people of Ukraine, we don't have a formal relationship with a sister city or a sister county in Ukraine. And I was struck by that. And I'll just tell my colleagues that as part of the National Democratic Institute, also a US funded institution, I traveled many, many years ago to Moscow and to Ekaterinburg, the sister city of San Jose from Russia, and to Kiev, I'm sorry, and taught classes on how women could get more involved in public service and government. And, you know, what I'm struck by is that people on all sides are really being tortured by one leader and one bloodthirsty person who wants power. And so my question really to staff is to think a little bit about how do we maintain meaningful relationships with the people, both of our county, in a really robust way, so that we can keep peace in our own home, and thinking very disciplined about in disciplined ways. And I think you did with Moscow in terms of the areas that you've outlined, but I think we ought to be thinking about how we create and extend a partnership with the Ukraine in a more formal way. So those are my comments. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you. I want to just underscore again how much value I place in the effort of our commissions. But I think the scope of this tragedy overwhelms these other concerns. It's not that they aren't legitimate concerns, but they, all due respect, pale in comparison to the thousands of lives lost, the tens of thousands of those who have been injured, the cities that lie in rubble, the 2 million plus who are refugees, the 2 million plus who are displaced persons. At that point, it seems to me we have to say, given the magnitude of the tragedy, these other issues will have to be addressed by some other means. But and you know, I understand that people feel that this process is rushed. I will just point out, Mr. Chair and colleagues, really it was 8 years ago that the Soviet Union invaded and annexed Crimea. So, you know, I suppose the notion of rushing is a function of, you know, when you start the clock, but it was 8 years ago in 2014 that we saw this aggression very clearly. And of course, it has been a very long while since President Putin started to mass troops along the border of Ukraine. So, you know, from my standpoint, we are, if anything, arriving late on the scene. And I could not in good conscience let another day go by without doing this very modest thing to add our voice to the chorus of condemnation around the world. Thank you. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee. You're muted, Supervisor.
Thank you. I just want to clarify what the motion is. Supervisor Meeting, if you would entertain my questions, just to make sure we are. I actually felt like we were saying the same things using different words. So let me make sure, right? The issues that's concerned about is one is talk about we absolutely have to condemn the invasion. There's absolutely no question that we are in full agreement of that. And then the second thing we talk about is we took out the word sister county in the A, which means that we are ending the relationship between the government but we are not ending the sister county international relationship. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So that's preserved, and we still have our Santa Clara County's own Moscow Sister County Commission, and that will still be in existence after this. Correct?
Yes. B is unchanged.
Right.
To your point, sister county was removed from the second sentence.
Right.
Just sister county removed from the last sentence. And
Right.
Supervisor Simidian added in administrative in between the words delegating and authority.
Right, exactly. And then finally there was a concern regarding this open world U.S. congressional granting. So I would just want to make sure that we are not affecting that. I mean, there's no change that we are voting today that would make that change, correct, Supervisor Simidian?
I can't speak to the criteria of open world. I can say, however, that if it's funded by the United States government, I think they're going to understand the concern and that we'll be addressing this issue on a much larger basis. And by the way, I believe I misspoke a moment ago and made reference to the Soviet Union when I meant to speak of Russia. So let me just correct the record on that one before we get to a vote. But Supervisor Lee, I don't know the criteria in all honesty, but I need to say, if the loss of grant funding is a result, then I think that's something we have to accept. I would hope and expect that the organization would understand, after hearing from organizations like our own, that they need to be mindful of the good arguments that people here today have made. But bluntly put, and forgive me, Mr. Chair, but since Mr. Lee asked me, if the question is, should we scale back our statement in order to remain eligible for grants? My answer to that would be no.
Oh, no, I don't think that's the purpose at all. I think there is some language in the resolution as currently drafted, because currently it's drafted, it talks about ending the Sister County International, and I don't believe anybody right now is agreeing to that. So
I think we are saying that we will not have a sister county relationship with an organization that is governmental, and that we will limit our own sister county commission to items that are cultural and educational. And if the county staff wants to weigh in about how we parse that, I would welcome it. But we struck some language in an effort to be a little bit more accommodating. But if we have to terminate the relationship in order to make plain that we will not partner with the governmental entities or institutions, fair enough, then so be it. If we can maintain the relationship while limiting the activities to those that are described and consistent with the other language, I'm certainly open to that. But I'm not open to the notion that we should curtail or in any way compromise the nature of our statement in order to remain grant eligible, all due respect.
I'm not sure. I just want to ask to make sure County Council understands where we're going on this one.
James, changing the title. Dr. Smith.
My understanding of the motion is that the board's approving the recommended actions and language and materials contained in the published packet, with the specific edits that were proposed to the title of the resolution under 35A. And that includes terminating the formal sister county relationship between the Santa Clara County government and the region of Moscow government. And if there's a way to preserve the relationship with Sister City International, which is the I believe US-based nonprofit organization, then we would do so. I don't know, candidly, if you're still eligible to have that if you have no formal governmental partnership in place anymore. But that's something that we would look into in the implementation of the resolution. But the resolution be clear that we be terminating the governmental relationship and moving forward with the other edits. I also don't know the full criteria of the grant, but if the grant requires as a precondition of the formal governmental relationship that's been established, then presumably we would not be eligible.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So in the meantime, what we're trying to do is we're not trying to end our participation with the sister county international per se, being a U.S. organization, and you will look into, and county council, you're going to look into those criteria to see how that might affect the open world and congressional grants, and you could let us know maybe by next meeting how that would be changed. I certainly appreciate if you can come back to us on that. Thank you.
All righty, Dr. Smith.
Just wanted to add a few sentences. In terms of the grants, they are very small in nature, and the board could actually substitute county resources for those grants in the situation where the commission felt it was necessary to participate in some meeting or some other process. I wouldn't let the grant issue stop you from doing whatever you'd like to. It's a relatively small amount of money.
Yep. Thank you. Good point. Supervisor Simidian, your hand still raised? Your hand is down. Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, I just want to say that, first of all, I want to thank all the commission members who spoke today on this important issue. There is certainly no disagreement whatsoever. The atrocity that's happening in Ukraine caused by the Russian government is absolutely not tolerable, and we are all extremely unified in terms of condemning those actions of the invasion and the suffering of Ukraine. As you can see what tie I'm wearing today, I'm definitely, along with the ribbon we have on our building, is showing our support for Ukraine. What we are trying to do, of course, is also sending a message, and that needs to be a strong message, like Supervisor Simidian and Supervisor Ellenberg has said, that needs to be very clear to the Russian government, per se, that this is something that is not acceptable. In the meantime, what we're trying to craft together is basically a motion and a resolution to not only say that, but also try to not to cause any collateral damage with the people-to-people relationship that we have maintained. And that's something that I want to make sure that that is something we will continue to maintain in order to hopefully, like I said, influence those who are on the ground in Moscow. Hopefully they could then raise up to the authoritarian regime and stop this nonsense that's going on in Ukraine. So I believe that's the spirit of this motion. And for those reasons, I'll support it. I want to look forward to work with the county council to making sure the language is just right so that these people-to-people relationship would continue to flourish among the people that's been working on the commission so hard to keep our culture, our education, and all the different exchanges that has been going on for so many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Nancy, do we have one new speaker? And Mr. Williams, you go ahead and speak first. Nancy, if you'll just confirm that's a new speaker, we will. What? I'm sorry?
My apologies for interrupting. It's not a new speaker.
Okay, then we can't hear from people more than once. Mr. Williams, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify based on the most recent comment from Supervisor Lee, my understanding is the board is moving forward. This motion is moving forward with the adoption of the resolution today with those edits. We would not be returning with amendments. We can provide an off-agenda report with the information Supervisor Lee requested regarding the impact on grant eligibility.
And you are correct. That is the motion on the floor that's been seconded. And the off-agenda report would be appreciated. And great job with that tie, Supervisor Lee. All right, anybody else? James, your hand's still up. Did I cut you off? Nope, you're good. Nancy, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you. 36 was handled under consent, 37 was held, 38 was held, 39 was held, 40 was held. Items removed from the consent calendar. Nancy, I don't believe there were any.
That's correct.
Okay, then without objection or any additional comments, we're going to adjourn this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you all very, very much.
Recording stopped.